Chapter 1970. Therefore, before he called him, he had to figure out Yang Ming's background. "I'm out of town. You wouldn't know even if I told you," said Yang Ming. "Out of town?" Jin Dazhou was overjoyed. "A foreigner? That's even easier. You're a former gangster from out of town. Why don't you restrain yourself when you're in Donghai City? Even if I kill you, no one will stand up for you. I'll take you to the beach and put you on a pirate ship. I'll say that you were killed by pirates. Your death will be in vain. No one will link it to Jin Dazhou. One had to know that Jin Dazhou was in the pirate business. He had a pirate organization under him called the Flintlock Squad. They specialized in robbing ships on the high seas. Moreover, they specifically targeted smuggler ships and did a double-cross business. In this way, the smuggling ship was in the wrong, and they did not dare to report it to the police. Therefore, Jin Dazhou had been doing very well in the past few years. In Donghai City, he was a very powerful existence. At this time, he was bullied by Yang Ming. How could he bear it? In his opinion, he could just send a few men and he could kill Yang Ming with one shot. Good. You can wait here if you have the guts. Do you dare? Jin Dazhou was determined. He had figured out Yang Ming's background. He was ready to make a move on Yang Ming. Coincidentally, he could play with the little loli next to him behind his wife's back. Just thinking about it made him happy. "Wait for you. I'm here to pick someone up at the airport today. I'm going back in a while. If you make me wait for too long, I'm afraid I can't wait," Yang Ming explained calmly. "Huh?" Jin Dazhou was stunned. "Is this kid stupid? He actually explained it to me so clearly." When Jin Dazhou heard that Yang Ming was only here to pick someone up at the airport, he had no more scruples in his heart. For this kind of passerby, no one would doubt if Jin Dazhou killed him. "Okay, then you wait here." Jin Dazhou didn't stay any longer. He left the home of Six Tastes with his wife to find someone. In the house of Six Tastes, there would often be conflicts between customers fighting for seats, so as long as it wasn't too big of a commotion, the waiters would turn a blind eye to it. Just like Jin Dazhou and Yang Ming's situation today, one side quickly left, so the waiters didn't care at all. Only when the conflict reached a certain level would they call the police. Soon, a waiter came over and ordered for Yang Ming, and Lanling didn't know what was good here, so she handed the task of ordering to Yang Ming. Yang Ming had only been here a few times, but based on his memory, he ordered some of the specialties here. In fact, there were only a few dishes here. There was nothing else, because the dishes here were all prepared beforehand. When the waiter went to place the order, Yang Ming and Lanling looked at each other and smiled. "Yang Ming, do you think that Jin Dazhou will come and find trouble with you later?" Although Lanling knew that Yang Ming was very powerful, she was afraid that Jin Dazhou would call for a lot of helpers. At that time, would Yang Ming be able to handle it? It's okay. Let him be." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Originally, I was in a good mood because you came back today. But if he wants to trouble me, then I don't mind increasing the income of the local hospital." "Ha!" Lanling listened to Yang Ming's words and suddenly laughed. "It's good that you are confident. If I wasn't confident, I would have taken you and run away. Why would I stay here to eat?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "If I didn't run away, wouldn't I be as stupid as Jin Dazhou?" "Yeah." Lanling nodded. "That Jin Dazhou is really stupid. He even wants to give birth to a son named Jun. This name is really strange. Who knows?" Yang Ming shook his head. "With his looks, even if he gives birth to a son, it won't be good looking. Yeah, I think his son will have a crooked mouth and a cramp in his legs." Lanling nodded and said, "My sixth sense is very accurate. I gave him a prediction." "Ha!" Yang Ming listened to Lanling and couldn't help but laugh. If that was the case, this Jin Dazhou was really unlucky. Lanling even cursed his child. "I hope his son will have good luck in the future and not be named Jun. Otherwise, Lanling's prediction might be right, and the child will have a crooked mouth and a cramp in his legs. Oh yeah, you said that I will give birth to a son for you. What's his name?" Lanling suddenly asked. "Of this, what do you think?" Yang Ming suddenly coughed twice. This topic seemed to be a bit long-term. "Why don't we call him Yang Ling?" Lanling suggested. "Huh?" Yang Ming suddenly froze and was shocked. Isn't Yang Ling the main character of a time travel novel? Could it be that his son will travel in the future? Damn, isn't that too badass? What's wrong? Lan Ling saw that Yang Ming was stunned and asked puzzledly. Nothing. I just feel that this name is a bit feminine. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Yang Ming was just thinking about it casually. The future can only be discussed in the future. Oh, then I will go to the washroom to wash my hands. You stay here and help me look after my bag and phone. Lan Ling said as she put her bag and phone on the table in front of her and got up to go to the washroom. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said to Lan Ling, the washroom is over there. Just turn right, and I know. My sixth sense is very accurate. I can find it even if you don't tell me. Lan Ling said with a smile. Yang Ming sat in his seat and waited for Lan Ling. However, not long after Lan Ling left, Lan Ling's phone on the table rang. In fact, Yang Ming didn't have the habit of peeping at Lan Ling's privacy. However, because Lan Ling went to the washroom and the phone was on the table in front of him, Yang Ming thought that it was Chun Mingyan who sent a text message to Lan Ling. He had the idea of peeping. After all, Lan Ling was found by Chun Mingyan. At this moment, she sent a text message to Lan Ling to ask if Lan Ling saw him. It was normal, because she couldn't send a text message to Yang Ming to ask for confirmation. After all, she wanted to give Yang Ming a surprise behind Yang Ming's back. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to tease Chun Mingyan. Therefore, Yang Ming casually picked up Lan Ling's phone. He didn't look carefully at who sent the text message. He pressed the read button without thinking. However, when Yang Ming saw the text message on the phone screen, his face suddenly became pale. He looked at the text message on the phone with some disbelief. Ling Ling, I went to the hospital for a checkup. HIV positive. You should also go for a checkup. I am afraid of infecting you. Chapter 1971. Seeing the content of the text message on Lan Ling's mobile phone, Yang Ming's face suddenly became ugly. However, Yang Ming was no longer a fledgling student. At this moment, he wouldn't do anything irrational just because of a text message. Yang Ming first took a deep breath and glanced at the sender of this text message. It was a person named Brother Rome. Yang Ming frowned. He had never heard that Lan Ling knew such a person. Suddenly, Yang Ming remembered the scene he saw at Yinjing Airport. Lan Ling was walking with a man who looked very fancy. Yang Ming's heart suddenly tightened. At that time, although Yang Ming had some doubts, he didn't think much about it. After all, everyone had their own friends and things. Among them, there were also some friends of the opposite sex. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't suspect that Lan Ling would do something behind his back. However, this text message made Yang Ming's heart sweat a little. After all, time could change everything. No matter how good a relationship was, it would be diluted by some time and space. Moreover, if Lan Ling was alone and couldn't bear the loneliness, it wasn't unrealistic for her to do something indecent. This made Yang Ming think of the peace of mind in the TV series Jade Guanyin, which made Yang Ming more and more irritated. He believed that Lan Ling shouldn't be such a person in his heart, but this text message was really difficult to calm down. Although Yang Ming believed that Lan Ling still loved him, Yang Ming could feel it from the moment they met at the airport. Yang Ming was also a person with keen perception. This was the instinct of an assassin. If Lan Ling had a trace of disguise and a perfunctory look, Yang Ming was afraid that he would discover it at the first moment. However, Yang Ming didn't. Yang Ming read the deep attachment and love from Lan Ling's eyes and kiss, as well as the joy of reuniting after a long time. However, the world was unpredictable. Yang Ming was afraid that Lan Ling would do something stupid under some unknown circumstances. This wasn't something she could control with her willpower. HIV was AIDS, known as the incurable disease of the century. The main ways of transmission were through blood and sex. However, judging from the tone of the text message, it seemed more like sexual transmission. Would Lan Ling really cheat on him? Yang Ming didn't know. At the very least, he had cheated. Thinking of this, Yang Ming could not help but bitterly smile and shake his head. If he was already like this, how could he ask others? Furthermore, he had cheated on more than one person. If that was the case, was this all revenge? However, thinking of this, Yang Ming's mood improved a lot. As the saying goes, don't impose on others what you don't want done to you. If he couldn't do it himself, how could he ask others to do it? Wasn't that a little too overbearing? Was the man he saw at Beijing airport the brother Rong in Lan Ling's phone? It seemed that this form of address was quite intimate. Although Yang Ming didn't want to think about it, he couldn't help but think about it. That pretty boy was not bad looking. He was different from Yang Ming. One was tall and handsome, and the other was delicate and beautiful. Yang Ming bitterly smiled. Why would Lan Ling choose such a boy to cheat on? If she had to choose, she would have chosen someone similar to her. At least her heart would be comforted, right? This kind of person was a little feminine at first glance. It was not good. Yang Ming silently closed the text message and entered Lan Ling's inbox again. He suddenly realized that this brother Rong had sent more than one message. There were at least 40 to 50 messages. Yang Ming didn't count in detail. Anyway, in the inbox, besides the occasional message from himself and Chen Mingyan, most of the messages were sent by this person called Brother Rong. How are you today? Come to my place at night. I will come to you at night. Can your body take it? How about tomorrow? How is your body? We had done it a few times yesterday. Do you want to continue today? You are so good. I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry. Ling Ling. I didn't mean it. Are you still bleeding? Let's not do it tonight. I'm exhausted. I'm still sleepy now. Why aren't you sleepy? Why are you so energetic? Don't forget to take your medicine. I'm really sorry about yesterday. Yang Ming just casually looked at a few messages, and there was a feeling of attentiveness. It made Yang Ming's head buzz. Isn't this text message a bit too shocking? If it was only one or two, then Yang Ming might think that it was a mistake, or there was some other reason, or Lan Ling had no choice but to do it. However, with so many messages, could it be a mistake? Yang Ming didn't dare to look at it. The more he looked, the sadder he felt. Although Yang Ming felt that Lan Ling wouldn't do anything to let him down, sometimes being too confident was blind. During this time, Yang Ming had been living smoothly. There weren't many bumps until he went to Yunnan. Originally, Yang Ming thought that his good luck could be carried to Yunnan, but he didn't expect that it would stop abruptly before he went to Yunnan. Yang Ming's mind was blank at this moment. He didn't know how to ask Lan Ling when she came back. How to face her? Do I still love Lan Ling? Yang Ming nodded. The answer was yes. However, after these things, would I still love Lan Ling? Yang Ming didn't know. Who could say for tomorrow's matter clearly? Yang Ming didn't know. He really didn't know. This made him think of song. Tomorrow, will you still love me? The passage of time, the cutting knife of time, this was something that couldn't be changed by human strength. How many years would it become a pale, empty sentence and disappear with the wind? Ling Ling, how should I face you in the future? If all this is true, why did you come back? This was also the only thing that Yang Ming couldn't figure out. Since Lan Ling had an affair with someone else, why did she come back? Why was she so passionate about him? Could it be that Lan Ling only had an affair physically, but not emotionally? But was there a difference between the body and the mind? Suddenly, Yang Ming thought of Lan Ling's words. I don't know. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? I don't know if I can still live in the future. Did Lan Ling already know that she might be infected with the AIDS virus? Was that why he had such a feeling? Chapter 1972. Yang Ming held Lan Ling's phone and felt a myriad of emotions. His thoughts couldn't help but return to the summer vacation more than half a year ago. That carefree moment. At that time, the burden on his shoulders wasn't so heavy. Although he didn't have the current achievements, he didn't have as many troubles as he did now. Thinking about his immaturity and irrationality, Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. After breaking up with his girlfriend, he actually agreed to Zhang Bin's suggestion to find a prostitute to play. Fortunately, he met Lan Ling, a young girl who was sold by her father. Yang Ming was very grateful to God for giving him such a cute little girl. Yang Ming's only experience of finding a prostitute in his life was to pick up a treasure. How blissful and beautiful was the time back then. In just a few days, he and Lan Ling were glued to each other and fell deeply in love with each other. They all felt that this was fate. God's arrangement for Yang Ming to meet Lan Ling, and for Lan Ling to meet Yang Ming. The pain and troubles of breaking up with his girlfriend were all thrown to the back of Yang Ming's mind at this moment. At this time, he only had Lan Ling in his mind. Lan Ling also treated Yang Ming as her one and only. The days in Yunnan Tingcheng were one of the happiest times of Yang Ming's life. Every time he thought about it, Yang Ming would reveal a happy smile. He believed that Lan Ling should be the same. She should treat this time as the best of her life. How good would it be if life was like the first time we met? Yang Ming wished so much that he could go back to the past, the days when he first met Lan Ling. However, time couldn't be reversed. Yang Ming couldn't go back. Yang Ming couldn't go against time and time. Man could win against God, but it also depended on the situation. If it was something absolutely impossible, then it couldn't be won. Thinking about Lan Ling's frown and smile, Yang Ming's heart was bleeding. Lan Ling, is she still the Lan Ling from the past? Is she still the innocent Lan Ling? Is she still the Lan Ling who only thought about me? Is Lan Ling still there? Yang Ming closed his eyes with some pain. That Lan Ling seems to still be there. At least, if I didn't see this message, she was still there. This was because when Lan Ling came back and called him and talked to him, Yang Ming didn't find anything wrong with her at all. Everything was so real, especially the passionate kiss that Lan Ling couldn't wait. It made Yang Ming feel that Lan Ling loved him deeply. However, if Lan Ling didn't love him anymore and said that she wanted to break up with him, then Yang Ming's mood might be better. After all, if Lan Ling insisted on breaking up with him, Yang Ming wouldn't stop her. Everyone had the right to find their own happiness. Just like before Yang Ming left, he advised Zhao Ying, Jing Xiaolu, Zhou Jiejia, and others to pursue happiness, but they insisted not to. If Lan Ling wanted to pursue her happiness, then Yang Ming would agree. But now, Lan Ling should still love me deeply. She cheated on me with her body, but not her heart. Perhaps there was some hidden reason behind this, and she was forced to do so, or something else. In this case, Yang Ming really didn't know how to face Lan Ling. In Yang Ming's hand, he kept fiddling with Lan Ling's mobile phone, but it was all meaningless operations. Lan Ling had obviously changed to a new mobile phone. The old Nokia model was no longer in use, of course. Yang Ming couldn't ask Lan Ling to always use the old mobile phone that he gave her. Didn't he change his mobile phone too? This was a small matter. What made Yang Ming most worried was Lan Ling. What happened to her? Just when Yang Ming didn't know how to face it, Lan Ling came back from the bathroom. Are the dishes not served yet? It's so slow. I'm starving. Lan Ling didn't notice anything wrong with Yang Ming. After all, before Lan Ling left, Yang Ming was still happy. In such a short time, Lan Ling didn't think that Yang Ming would have any special mood fluctuations. After she finished, she smiled at Yang Ming and sat back in her seat. She picked up a napkin and wiped her hands. However, when she saw Yang Ming fiddling with her mobile phone, Lan Ling was slightly stunned. What are you playing with? Don't you want to wash your hands? Nothing. I'm just looking at it. Yang Ming smiled reluctantly. His smile was very ugly. He didn't know how to tell Lan Ling the truth. In Yang Ming's heart, he still cared about Lan Ling. Lan Ling could be considered as his first real woman. How could Yang Ming's feelings for her be just a little bit? In less than a year, Yang Ming missed Lan Ling day and night. Now that Lan Ling was back, Yang Ming's mood was very good and very happy. But now, after reading the text message, Yang Ming's mood was unprecedentedly heavy. This was more uncomfortable than any physical pain he had suffered before. She was the person he loved deeply. If he had to give up, Yang Ming really couldn't do it. He really couldn't. However, in this situation, how could Yang Ming continue to face Lan Ling? He really didn't know. He really didn't know. I'm not washing. Yang Ming shook his head. It's unhygienic not to wash your hands. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming with some doubts. You used to be very hygienic. Is that so? Maybe... Yang Ming gave a hollow laugh. Right, look at my mobile phone. There's a mobile phone reading app. There's a book called The School Bell's Personal Expert. It is very good. I have been reading it when I was bored recently. Lan Ling still didn't notice Yang Ming's abnormality. She still said happily, "The male lead is similar to you. He is also very good, but he is very fickle. He has so many girlfriends." "Oh." Yang Ming responded with a lack of interest. He used to be most interested in this kind of novel, but at this moment, he didn't even have the mood. He had something in his heart. How could he read a novel? How big a heart did he have? "Hey, what happened to you?" Lan Ling finally noticed Yang Ming's abnormality this time. Yang Ming seemed to be in a bad mood. Even if Lan Ling's sixth sense was very strong, she didn't deliberately think about Yang Ming's emotions. So, until now, she realized that Yang Ming seemed to be very unhappy. Oh, Yang Ming sighed and opened the previous text message. Then he pushed the phone in front of Lan Ling. This text message. After Lan Ling took the phone from Yang Ming's hand with some doubts. She was stunned at first. Then, her face showed a very apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, Yang Ming." Chapter 1973. Listening to Lan Ling say sorry, Yang Ming's heart suddenly felt like it was being cut by a knife. Yang Ming smiled sadly and looked at Lan Ling in disbelief. "Then you don't worry. I won't be infected. I have taken precautions." Lan Ling smiled and said to Yang Ming, "Precautions?" Yang Ming's mouth twitched twice. How could the innocent Lan Ling say such words? At this moment, Yang Ming looked at Lan Ling in disbelief. Is she still the Ling Ling in my memory? Why did she suddenly become a stranger? "Yeah, actually, even if you don't take precautions, you will be fine." Lan Ling smiled and said, "Do you remember that I once told you that once the voodoo in our body takes effect and is activated, we will reach a state where we are immune to all kinds of poisons? Although the HIV virus is very powerful, it is actually nothing compared to the mysterious voodoo. Many voodoo's nourishment is the virus. The more powerful the voodoo, the stronger its ability to devour the virus. Even if I had this kind of HIV virus in my body, it would have been devoured long ago. Didn't you realize that your body is very good now? You almost don't get sick." Yang Ming frowned and carefully recalled his body. It seemed that ever since he met Lan Ling, he really didn't get sick. However, if he didn't get sick, what was the use? Yang Ming's mind now wasn't about whether he was sick or not. Even if he was immortal, what could he do? Yang Ming was in so much pain that he wanted to die after losing his true love, Lan Ling. "I'm really sorry, Yang Ming. I made you worry about me, but I won't get sick." Lan Ling thought that the reason why Yang Ming was unhappy was because he was afraid that she would be infected with AIDS. So she said, "But we are infected with voodoo. Your worry is really unnecessary." Yang Ming was a little speechless. What he was worried about now was not only whether she was infected with AIDS. What he really cared about was her relationship with Brother Rome. As for the issue of AIDS, it was secondary. Heart voodoo. Right, heart voodoo. Didn't heart voodoo require both the man and woman to be loyal to each other? Otherwise, the voodoo would act up and cause his body to explode. If that was the case, why did Lan Ling still? However, Yang Ming suddenly thought of his own situation. Didn't I also have a relationship with another girl? But so what? That didn't mean that he didn't love Lan Ling anymore. Lan Ling's position in his heart had never changed. Therefore, Yang Ming was really heartbroken. Could it be that Lan Ling is the same as me? She likes me at the same time, but she likes someone else. Or she just wants to vent her physiological needs, so she had sex with Brother Rome? That's right. Voodoo, but what's the use of it? You're still. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and didn't continue. After hearing Yang Ming's words, Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming with some doubt. "Yang Ming, what's wrong with you? Why do you sound so weird when you speak? How can the heart voodoo be useless? At least it can make you love me all the time." "That's right. I've always loved you." Yang Ming shook his head and sighed. "But you, do you still love me? I'm really not sure if you love me or not." "Of course I love you." Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming strangely. "Why did you suddenly ask so many strange questions? What's going on? Do you still love me?" Yang Ming couldn't believe Lan Ling's words. He looked at Lan Ling and said in a daze, "Of course, you know our Lan Miao's tradition. Our women only have one man in their life. Once they've decided, they won't change. Lan Ling smiled bitterly and said, when my mother put the voodoo in me, she also told me this, only one man. Yang Ming was slightly stunned after hearing Lan Ling's words. He quickly asked, but the text message on your phone, text message on my phone? Lan Ling was stunned. She glanced at the text message on the phone in her hand, and then looked at Yang Ming's expression. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. Suddenly, Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming angrily. Yang Ming, you didn't think that I was infected because I had a relationship with someone else, right? Is it not? Yang Ming saw Lan Ling's expression at the moment and was a little uncertain. Could it be that those text messages were not real? What is it? I'm so angry. Lan Ling stared at Yang Ming angrily. Well, you suspect me. I didn't suspect you, but you suspect me first. It's so sad. This. Yang Ming knew that although Lan Ling might be really angry at this moment, she wasn't really angry. She was just pretending. He smiled bitterly, but the short message on the phone, if it was anyone else, they would misunderstand. What's there to misunderstand? Blood can also transmit AIDS. Why are your thoughts so complicated? Lan Ling still looked at Yang Ming angrily. You're under the voodoo. As long as you love me in your heart, you will be fine. As long as your heart for me doesn't change, you won't be affected even if you like other girls. But if I had feelings for someone else or had something with someone else, you wouldn't be able to see me now. The voodoo in my body is actually more like a kind of chastity voodoo. There are some differences between it and yours. Yang Ming listened to Lan Ling's explanation and suddenly felt a sense of relief. However, correspondingly, Yang Ming also felt a sense of guilt. He actually doubted Lan Ling for no reason, but Lan Ling didn't doubt him. He thought of her as a bad girl who was unfaithful for the sake of lust. Love requires mutual trust. For a moment, Yang Ming was really ashamed. It turned out that Lan Ling didn't have any relationship with others at all. Her voodoo, which was the chastity voodoo that she mentioned, didn't allow her to do so. The reason why Lan Ling apologized to him before was that Lan Ling mistakenly thought that he was worried about her after seeing the text message. What he thought was actually different from Lan Ling's. He suspected that she had an affair. Thinking about it, Yang Ming felt very ashamed. But those text messages... After Yang Ming knew that Lan Ling was innocent, he felt a little strange about those text messages. It was no wonder that Yang Ming was suspicious. Those text messages were really ambiguous. Could it be that the text message didn't mean that? And that brother Rong, who is he? Chapter 1974. You peeked at my message. Lan Ling glared at Yang Ming and asked angrily. Ugh, I just looked at the text message that was just sent, and I couldn't help but look at the others. Yang Ming explained with some shame. Sigh, it's so tiring to pretend to be angry. Lan Ling rubbed her eyes. My eyeballs are about to fall out. It's so sore. Forget it. I won't be angry with you. Yang Ming knew that Lan Ling wouldn't really be angry. This little lowly had almost never been angry with him. From the time they met until now, she had always been very obedient. You mean Brother Rong's message? Which one is it? What kind of association did it cause? Let me explain it to you one by one. Lan Ling smiled. Ugh, this Brother Rong, who is he? Asked Yang Ming. Brother Rong is naturally my cousin. He is also a member of the Lan Miao tribe. He lives in Lan Miao village, said Lan Ling. Is he the feminine man beside you at Beijing airport? Asked Yang Ming. Yeah. Yang Ming, are you spying on me? Lan Ling was stunned and was surprised. I came back from abroad and passed by Beijing airport. When I was getting off the plane, I saw both of you getting on the plane. It seemed like you were very close. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, When was I spying on you? Not on purpose. I thought you were worried about me. I'm so disappointed. Lan Ling was a little discouraged. Huh? Yang Ming heard Lan Ling's words and opened his eyes wide. You still want me to spy on you? Of course. If you spy on me, it means that you are worried about me. Lan Ling nodded. Actually, I wasn't angry at all. I was quite happy. I was very excited that you cared so much about me. However, you suspected me so badly. Although I wasn't very angry, I still had to express my dissatisfaction. He, Yang Ming heard Lan Ling's words and suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He's my cousin. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Of course, we're very close. Lan Ling smiled and said, what you saw was Brother Rong. Oh. Yang Ming picked up Lan Ling's phone and opened the messages that he saw before. He pointed at one of them. How are you today? Coming to my place at night? And I will come to you at night. The two messages asked, both of you will go to each other at night. Refining. In order to deal with Elder Yu's evil technique, we must come up with countermeasures as soon as possible. Thus, Brother Rong and I decided to refine a long-lost goo of our Lan Yao tribe, the Herculean goo. Herculean vermin? What? Yang Ming heard the name and felt a little weird. However, since it was a voodoo, it was normal to be weird. Yang Ming was puzzled and asked, but why do we have to refine it at night? This kind of goo can't be exposed to the sun. If it is exposed to the sun, it will die easily. Lan Ling said, Elder Yu's is evil. Once he succeeds, he can have Jean Gang's unbreakable body. It will not be easy to deal with him. This Herculean goo, as the name suggests, allows the person to have the same strength as Herculean. Only then can they deal with Elder Yu. I see. Yang Ming nodded as if he understood. He didn't know much about goo refinement, but he understood why they had to look for each other at night. What about this message? Yang Ming pointed to another message on the phone and asked. That message was, can your body take it? How about tomorrow? About that, you need to experiment when refining goo. You need to put the refined goo worm into your own body to experiment. Lan Ling explained, although it is a bit reckless, there is no time. We have to use our own bodies to test. Sometimes, when the goo enters the body, it will mutate or die. We have to test it again and again. Ugh, what about this message? Is it the same? Yang Ming pointed. How is your body? Yesterday, you did it several times. Do you still want to continue today? This message asked. Yeah, I kept putting the goo into my body to test, but I didn't succeed. Naturally, I have to continue the next day. Lan Ling nodded. Ugh, what about this? Yang Ming pointed. You are amazing. I can't take it anymore. Asked. However, at this moment, Yang Ming had no doubts in his heart. He completely believed Lan Ling's explanation. This is also true. I have the heart goo in my body. It can be said that I am immune to all poisons. Even if I'm bitten by the goo, it won't cause too much damage. But Brother Rong is different. After he tried, he suffered. Lan Ling covered her mouth and laughed. Ugh, he is unlucky enough. Yang Ming shrugged and said, what about this message? Why is it bleeding? Yang Ming was referring to the message. I'm sorry, Ling Ling. I didn't mean it. Are you still bleeding? This message asked. He overturned the cultured dish of the goo and smashed it on my foot. It's bleeding. Lan Ling looked at these messages with hidden meanings. She couldn't help but laugh. I didn't think much about it before, but when it is connected, it really makes people misunderstand. Haha, but where do you think I'm bleeding? Yang Ming laughed dryly. Aren't you asking the obvious? You are the one asking the obvious. I have already been bleeding because of you once. How can I bleed again? You idiot. When Lan Ling spoke, she looked at Yang Ming affectionately. This made Yang Ming's heart move. He was a little restless. Every time, I can't resist Lan Ling's temptation. However, Yang Ming thought that this was a dining table outside. He couldn't think about other things. Otherwise, he would embarrass himself. He laughed dryly. I thought he used too much force. Go to hell. Lan Ling snorted. Well, then this message. Oh, this message doesn't need to be explained. I understand. I won't do it tonight. You don't want to do the experiment, right? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This Brother Rong is too much. He doesn't know to send more text messages. Would it kill him to send a few more words? If he doesn't do it, who knows what he is going to do? Yang Ming was referring to the message. Let's not do it tonight. I'm exhausted. I'm still sleepy. Why aren't you sleepy? Why are you so energetic? This message. Lan Ling covered her mouth and laughed even more. Lan Ling also realized that when these messages were connected, it was no wonder that Yang Ming's association ability was so strong. Text messages. If they are sent too long, is it still a text message? AI. What about this one? Yang Ming pointed to the last message he saw and asked. That message was, "Don't forget to take your medicine. I'm really sorry for yesterday." Chapter 1975. My foot was smashed. The utensils were too old. Brother Rong was afraid that I would get tetanus. I explained to him that I don't need to take medicine because of my voodoo. He was worried and kept urging me to take medicine. Lan Ling laughed. Wow, did you think that I would take those emergency contraceptive pills? Just like the ones you wanted to give me in the past. Didn't I say that I don't need to take them? You idiot. Ugh. Yang Ming suddenly sweated. He realized that he was wrong, very wrong. How could the cute little Ling Ling betray me? I really deserve to die. I actually misunderstood Lan Ling. Sigh, really. If you like someone, you have to have confidence in her and not just doubt her. While they were talking, the waiter had already placed the dishes on the table. Every dish was cooked to the point of drooling. It looked, smelled, and tasted amazing. Okay, let's eat first. I'm hungry. Lan Ling deliberately didn't mention this matter. She was also afraid that Yang Ming would feel awkward. She put her phone aside, picked up the chopsticks first, and tasted the dishes in front of her. Okay, let's eat first. We'll talk while we eat. Yang Ming was also a little hungry, so he nodded and picked up the chopsticks to eat. Right. How did your brother Rong get infected with AIDS? Is there a problem with his lifestyle? Yang Ming asked curiously. How is it possible? The voodoo that he practices can't be unchaste. Otherwise, he will die. Lan Ling shook her head. Ugh, then how'd he get it? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect this brother Rong to be so tragic. If he got AIDS from messing around, he would accept his fate. However, he didn't mess around and got AIDS. It was a bit sad. When he was doing an experiment, he was bitten by the voodoo worm and bled nonstop. After I took Grandma's mother-devouring voodoo and swallowed the bitten voodoo worm in his body, he had lost too much blood, Lan Ling said, so he went down the mountain to find a doctor for blood transfusion. In the end, the medical conditions there weren't good enough, so he got infected. Ugh. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. This guy's life was a tragedy. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then why is he afraid of infecting you? When placing a goo into a person's body, they would drip their blood on the goo. He was afraid that if they cut each other's hands, the blood would spread. Lan Ling said, if that's the case, then what about him? He's sick. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It's fine. How can a goo refiner not have a virus in his body? After a while, it will be devoured by the mother venomous insect in his body. It doesn't matter. Lan Ling smiled indifferently. Oh, that's not bad. Yang Ming said enviously. But if that's the case, why is he afraid of infecting you? You should be fine too, right? Didn't I come to find you? He's afraid that I'll infect you. Lan Ling rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. He doesn't know that you have my voodoo in your body. That's why he's afraid. If he passed it to you when we were doing it, it wouldn't be easy to cure. Yang Ming looked at Lan Ling's charming and delicate style. He even had an impulse to immediately carry her to the hotel. Why are you looking at me? Lan Ling suddenly looked up and was shocked when she saw Yang Ming's burning eyes. Oh, nothing. Let's eat first. However, Yang Ming could control his emotions very well. He smiled and put some food into his mouth. Right, then your voodoo. Did you succeed in refining it? No. Lan Ling shook her head. How can it be so easy? That's a lost voodoo. We are also in the experimental stage. Just like the sinister voodoo that Elder Yu refined, he was also constantly experimenting with it. The method of drinking human blood was just a method that he experimented with. In fact, no one knew how to refine the voodoo in his hand. It's just that his practice is a bit evil, so it is called evil. It turns out to be like this. Yang Ming nodded. Then you said before that you want to go to Yunnan to practice with your grandmother. Is it this Herculean voodoo? No, that's a kind of mental cultivation method passed down in our Lan family. Although it's very powerful, I don't have the confidence to beat Elder Yu because Elder Yu has also improved his own martial arts. His evil martial arts should be more powerful than our family's mental cultivation method, so there's no other way. Grandma let me and Brother Rong start the refining plan of the Herculean vermin. Lan Ling sighed and said, "Originally, I said that after I master the family's unique martial arts within a year, I could solve Elder Yu's problem and come back to find you. But now, it seems that it's impossible. So this is the reason why I came back early this time. On the one hand, I also miss you. I miss you very much. I want to see you. On the one hand, after returning to Yunnan this time, it may be incomparably dangerous. After a year, whether or not I can come back, whether or not you can see me again, it's hard to say, so I must see you." This. Yang Ming didn't expect that Lan Ling's side wasn't very good. "This is also what I said to you at the airport before. It's hard to say whether I can survive in the future. We, the Lan Miao, don't have the confidence to deal with Elder Yu. He is getting more and more powerful." Lan Ling smiled bitterly. "You can rest assured. I will fight side by side with you. This time, we'll go to Yunnan. If we can come back, then we will come back together. If we can't come back, I will die with you." Yang Ming nodded, looked at Lan Ling, and said firmly, "Ah." After Lan Ling heard Yang Ming's words, she was suddenly shocked. "You want to accompany me to Yunnan? How can this be?" However, although Lan Ling said this, her eyes showed infinite surprise and gratitude. "Yang Ming actually wants to accompany me to Yunnan for me." Lan Ling was very happy, very touched, and very satisfied. However, it was enough that Yang Ming had this intention. Lan Ling would not let Yang Ming accompany her. Although Lan Ling knew that Yang Ming's skill was good, this trip to Yunnan was a real battle of life and death. It was very likely that he would lose his life if he was not careful. Yang Ming was just an ordinary person. How could he be Elder Yu's opponent? "Why not? I will kill Elder Yu with you." Yang Ming nodded and smiled. "No, you can't go." Lan Ling shook her head and directly rejected Yang Ming. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't know why Lan Ling suddenly rejected him. Logically, Lan Ling should be very happy. Why did she reject him? Why? Yang Ming asked with some doubts. "You are different from me." "Yang Ming, my dear lover, you can't die." Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming affectionately and said, "You are my only boyfriend. But you have so many girlfriends besides me. This time, Chen Mingyan has told me everything about you. Although I'm a little jealous, at the same time, I feel happy and gratified." Yang Ming nodded and said, "You are my only boyfriend." Chapter 1976. This. Yang Ming was even more confused about Lan Ling's words. Yang Ming didn't expect Lan Ling to know about his relationship with other girls. When she left, he only had an ambiguous relationship with Chen Mingyan. But now, in less than a year, he had met so many girls. Yet, Lan Ling felt happy and gratified for him. Yang Ming's heart was sour. Is little Ling Ling saying something sarcastically to anger me? If you die, I will be so sad that I don't want to live, because I only have you as my lover. However, if I die, you still have so many girlfriends to accompany you. You shouldn't be so sad. At least, you won't be so sad because you still have so many people who love you to accompany you. Lan Ling said, "So, Yang Ming, if you go to Yunnan to accompany me for me, although I will be very happy, it is really selfish. It is unfair to Chen Mingyan and all the girls who love you. How can I do that?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Lan Ling to be worried about this. While he was touched, he also felt deep self-reproach. For Lan Ling, he really let her down. "Ling Ling, did Chen Mingyan ask you to come back this time? Did she say anything else to you? What did she say to you?" Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very important thing. Lan Ling didn't let him go to Yunnan. Didn't she know that he was going to Yunnan to perform a mission? "She told me that you miss me a lot and wanted to see me. I miss you a lot too, so I came back." Lan Ling said. "Oh, just like that?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Then you didn't miss me before? Why didn't you come back?" "I wanted to come back before, but I was afraid that it would affect your relationship with Chen Mingyan. I didn't dare to come back." Lan Ling said, "How would I know that Chen Mingyan's attitude was so good to me? She even respected me. When I heard that you had so many women, I understood that Chen Mingyan was helpless." Not really. Chen Mingyan has grown up and matured." Yang Ming smiled embarrassedly. Maybe, but in this way, I can get rid of my worries. I can face her calmly in the future. Lan Ling said with relief. Otherwise, after I dealt with Elder Yu, could I return to Songjiang City and see you? Would I be driven away by Qin Mingyan? Would you be in a dilemma? Thinking of this, I have the idea of perishing together with Elder Yu. What? Yang Ming was shocked and felt lucky. If Chun Mingyan didn't take the initiative to call Lan Ling, then Lan Ling's idea would be really scary. If she really acted, then Yang Ming would really regret it for life. It was really thrilling. He couldn't help but be scared. Ling Ling, how can you think about it? Even if there are difficulties, I won't abandon you. Yeah, I know. Because you are voodoo. If you abandon me, you will die. Lan Ling deliberately teased. You really ask when you know the answer. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Well, I just came back to see you. Qin Mingyan's attitude also gave me more confidence. I will definitely defeat Elder Yu, and then come back to find you safely. You don't have to accompany me. Don't be impulsive. Lan Ling comforted him. Ling Ling, how am I impulsive? Yang Ming shrugged and said, In fact, I have to go to Yunnan. Have to go? What do you mean? Is there someone forcing you to go? Lan Ling was stunned and asked curiously. It's not that they are forcing me, but I'm going to Yunnan. It is my responsibility. Yang Ming said, In fact, this time, Chun Mingyan asked you to come back. Isn't it to let you say goodbye to me? Because I am leaving tomorrow. Responsibility? You are leaving tomorrow? Lan Ling was even more baffled. She didn't know what Yang Ming's words meant. Yang Ming knew that Chun Mingyan probably didn't tell Lan Ling in detail that he was going to Yunnan to perform a mission, but she wanted him to tell Lan Ling personally. It was just like Suya before. However, Suya knew that he was going on a long trip, but she didn't know the details, and Lan Ling didn't know anything. Perhaps it was because Suya had an activity, so she wanted to delay her return for a few days. Qin Mingyan had no choice but to tell her that Yang Ming was going on a long trip. However, Lan Ling was anxious to return home. She wanted to come back and see her, so the two hit it off. Chun Mingyan didn't need to say so much, and Lan Ling came back. Yes, Qin Mingyan may not have told you, but I also want to tell you in a while. Then it's just right. I'll say it now. Yang Ming said, After you left, I joined an organization called the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Lan Ling was stunned and suddenly exclaimed, Why? Do you know this organization? Yang Ming was shocked by Lan Ling's reaction. I know. A while ago, they contacted our Lan Miao village and wanted to get our help. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. Are you a member of this organization? Yes, I am. Yang Ming nodded and said, They contacted you. And they contacted my grandmother and wanted to cooperate with us to deal with Elder Yu. Lan Ling nodded and said, Oh, then did you agree? Yang Ming didn't expect that Xia Bingbao had contacted Lan Ling's grandmother before. No. Lan Ling shook her head. My grandmother didn't want to cooperate with others. She felt that we weren't ready to deal with Elder Yu. It was impossible to deal with Elder Yu now, but the Supernatural Investigation Bureau wanted to do it recently. They obviously wanted us to be cannon fodder, so my grandmother rejected their proposal. At that time, my grandmother told me about this matter. We also scolded those people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau who were going to come here. Oh, I'm the one who wants to go to your place to deal with Elder Yu. I'm from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, and I'm the leader, Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. Lan Ling was even more surprised. It's really you. Then, you really want to go to Yunnan with me. It turns out to be like this. No wonder you said that you must go. But what about Chun Mingyan and the others? It will be very dangerous this time. Did they agree with you coming? I didn't tell them a specific mission in detail. I just said that I would be gone for a long time. This way, even if I was in danger, they would have something to think about. After a long time, they would naturally forget about it and not be so sad. Yang Ming shook his head. I'm the only one in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau who has fought with Elder Yu. So this time, I'm the only one who can go to Yunnan. Chapter 1977. By the way, I heard that those who can join the Supernatural Investigation Bureau are all skilled in one area. So what's your specialty? Lan Ling suddenly thought of this matter. Could it be that Yang Ming has some powerful ability that I don't know about? X-ray vision, assassination. Yang Ming didn't want to hide anything from Lan Ling. Since they were dealing with the same enemy, he should let Lan Ling know his trump card. At that time, if there was a crisis, they could help each other. Moreover, Lan Ling was the person closest to him. She wouldn't betray him or harm him. Since he had doubts about Lan Ling, Yang Ming felt guilty about it. So, he wouldn't lie to her anymore. He would tell her everything. Moreover, Lan Ling said it very clearly. He was the only man in her life, now and in the future. So, how could Lan Ling do something bad to him? That was why Yang Ming didn't hold back when he spoke of his ability. X-ray vision? Lan Ling was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. You can see through things. Yang Ming nodded. The booth here was independent. Yang Ming and Lan Ling's voice wasn't loud, so they didn't have to worry about being heard by others. Really? Lan Ling felt it was a bit unbelievable. You're wearing a pink bra and underwear today. The underwear is translucent and gauzy. Are you trying to seduce me? Yang Ming looked at Lan Ling and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Lan Ling widened her eyes in surprise. It can't be? You can really see it? How is this possible? Husband, you are so powerful. Why didn't I know when I met you? Don't tell me it was done after I left. No. Yang Ming shook his head and said, when I met you, I had this special ability. But at that time, I didn't dare to tell anyone. However, now we're going to fight side by side. So, if I tell you, I believe you won't betray me. How can I betray you? Unless you kill me. Lan Ling shook her head. Then, does Chen Mingyan and the others know? I don't know. Yang Ming shook his head. I'm so happy. Lan Ling laughed. She laughed very happily and very happily. Well, this is one of my life-saving trump cards. In fact, although it's called X-ray vision, it can also be used for long-range vision, short-range vision, and night vision. In short, in theory, I can see things that are infinitely far away, Yang Ming said. So powerful, Lan Ling exclaimed. What about assassination? I know how to seal acupoints, throw flying needles and hidden weapons, and I'm good at all kinds of killing methods, Yang Ming said. This is also something you knew before? Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming in amazement and admiration. She didn't expect her lover to be so powerful. No, I only started learning after you left, said Yang Ming. I seem to have an impression of it. Grandpa's would seem to have said that you learned from the king of assassins. Lan Ling nodded as she recalled something. Yang Ming also remembered that Grandpa gave him a medical book. Yang Ming studied it for a while, but after Zhang Jishan came, he didn't study it again. If that's the case, then you must go to Yunnan? Lan Ling nodded her head and asked seriously. And I must go. Yang Ming nodded. Since I'm a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, I have to fulfill my duties. What's more, even if I don't go, there are still people who have to go. They haven't dealt with Elder Yu, and they don't have these trump cards in their hands. If they go, won't it be more dangerous? At home, they also have wives and children. You are so great. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming with some admiration. But this way, I have more confidence. If I knew that you were a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, I would have persuaded my grandmother to agree to their proposal. I will go back this time and talk to my grandmother to let her agree to this cooperation. It's better not to. Yang Ming waved his hand and stopped Lan Ling. Why? Previously, my grandmother was afraid that those people would not be honest and use us as cannon fodder, so she refused. The family elders also thought so, but now it's different. You are my lover and the leader of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to carry out the mission this time. They definitely won't use us, the Lan Miao people, as cannon fodder, Lan Ling said with some puzzlement. First, you are not ready yet. If you force it, I'm afraid you will suffer heavy losses. Yang Ming said, secondly, even if your grandmother agrees, and those elders reluctantly agree for the sake of their reputation, I'm afraid that the people of the Hmong village will hate you if something really goes wrong. They will say that you are biased, and that's why the entire Hmong village is implicated. This. Lan Ling was stunned, but she also knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. But if we don't help you, you will be in danger, right? This is not very dangerous. Yang Ming waved his hand and said with a smile, we will use a secret method to investigate Elder Yu's weakness bit by bit. Don't forget, I am good at assassination. When the time comes, I can also make a move on Elder Yu from the dark. As long as we don't fight head-on, there should be no problem. I see. Okay. Lan Ling thought about it and could only nod in agreement. She had a plan in her heart. Even if the Miao village didn't help Yang Ming, she could also help Yang Ming privately. In this way, no one would say anything. It was understandable for her to help her husband. Let's not talk about these unpleasant things. Maybe we will meet again in Yunnan. Yang Ming smiled and said, you just have to remember that we are standing together and fighting side by side. Yeah, when I think of this situation, I am full of energy. Lan Ling nodded. I think we will definitely win. Yes, we will definitely win. Yang Ming also nodded. Hey. Yang Ming? A somewhat surprised voice came over. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Sun Jie's voice? He looked up with some surprise. Sure enough, he saw Sun Jie and Yang Xian coming over to his side. Sun Jie, you are here too? Sister Yang Xian. Yang Ming smiled and greeted Yang Xian. However, when Sun Jie saw Lan Ling next to Yang Ming, she was obviously stunned. She didn't know this girl. Although some of the girls around Yang Ming didn't know Sun Jie knew them. At this moment, Sun Jie had never seen the girl next to Yang Ming, so she hesitated. She didn't know what relationship Yang Ming had with her. She didn't dare to reveal her relationship with Yang Ming. Chapter 1978. Although Sun Jie was a strong woman, since she recognized Yang Ming, she became a woman who followed her husband's wishes. She cared about Yang Ming's feelings. As a smart woman, she absolutely couldn't let her man be embarrassed outside. Sun Jie was very clear about this. Therefore, after seeing Lan Ling, Sun Jie deliberately distanced herself from Yang Ming. What did you come to Donghai? Why didn't you give me a call? I will treat you to a meal. This is Lan Ling. I have told you before. Yang Ming smiled and introduced Lan Ling to Sun Jie. Oh, so you're Lan Ling. I have heard of you. You are Yang Ming's girlfriend. I didn't expect you to be so cute and beautiful. Yang Ming is blessed. Sun Jie pretended to be surprised and praised. Hello, I am Sun Jie, Yang Ming's business friend. Hello. Lan Ling looked at Sun Jie with some doubts and smiled at her. Okay, don't pretend. Yang Ming smiled and kicked Sun Jie's foot. He said to Lan Ling, Ling Ling, she is also my woman. Sun Jie, don't listen to her nonsense. How strong was Lan Ling's sixth sense? When Sun Jie came over, she had a strong hunch. This beautiful woman with big breasts definitely had a deep relationship with Yang Ming. Therefore, this was also the reason why Lan Ling showed a puzzled look when Sun Jie said that she was just Yang Ming's business friend. However, Yang Ming didn't say anything. Lan Ling naturally wouldn't expose it. What if Yang Ming didn't want to tell her about Sun Jie? If she said it, wouldn't it be more embarrassing? But now Yang Ming exposed it. Lan Ling responded with a smile. Hello, Sun Jie. It's our first time meeting. Please take care of me. Hello. Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. She didn't know why Yang Ming suddenly exposed her relationship with him in front of Lan Ling. And Lan Ling seemed to be very generous. Sun Jie was also a smart person. She had been in the business world for many years. Naturally, she was also proficient in the ability to observe people's expressions. She looked at Lan Ling's eyes without a trace of pretentiousness. She knew that Lan Ling wanted to befriend her from the bottom of her heart. Sun Jie wasn't a stingy woman. Since the other party was like this, she would naturally return the favor. She said enthusiastically, I have heard about you a long time ago. Yang Ming always told me about you. My ears. Yang Xian had already learned from Sun Jie that Yang Ming had other women. However, Sun Jie's old man didn't care. She naturally wouldn't be nosy. She also knew that Yang Ming saved the Sun family. His ability was quite great. Now, he even had a private island. So, when Yang Xian saw this scene, she didn't have any strange expression. Sister Sunjia, you flatter me. I seem to be younger than you. Do you mind if I call you Sister Sunjia? Lan Ling was indeed the youngest among Yang Ming's women, so there was nothing wrong with saying that. Of course. Sun Jia nodded. Right? You came back from Yunnan, and I just came back today. I just came from the airport. Yang Ming said that the food here was good, so we ate here. Lan Ling said, Is that so? Then we won't disturb your two-person world. We also want to eat. Sun Jie smiled at Lan Ling and said, Why don't we eat together? Lan Ling invited. It's okay. You guys eat. Sun Jie shook her head and refused Lan Ling's proposal. However, as soon as Sun Jie's voice fell, there was a commotion at the door. Zhen Dazhou went out of the House of Six Tastes in embarrassment. At the door of the House of Six Tastes, he gave the car keys to his wife. You go and drive the car over. Send me to the hospital first. Husband, aren't you going to find someone to deal with that kid? Asked Zhen Dazhou's wife. Go to the hospital first. I'll make a call on the way. Hurry, it hurts, said Zhen Dazhou. Okay, I said that it would be good to park the car at the door. You said that someone was towing the car here. Look at his car. Isn't it parked properly? No one towed it away. Zhen Dazhou's wife pointed at Yang Ming's car and complained. Don't you see? He has a privileged car. How can you compare with him? His car can't be parked anywhere. Zhen Dazhou rolled his eyes. My car was towed away. Although I can get it out, it will delay a lot of things. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Go and get my car out. Okay. Zhen Dazhou's wife nodded and quickly ran to the parking lot to drive the car. As for Zhen Dazhou, he stood at the door of the House of Six Tastes and began to call people. He wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Otherwise, how could he swallow this? However, he certainly couldn't call his gun team back. Not to mention that the gun team was robbing on the high seas at the moment. Even if he asked them to come back, it was impossible for them to bring guns to deal with Yang Ming. Shooting in a public place like the House of Six Tastes, unless Zhen Dazhou didn't want to survive, it was impossible for him to do such a stupid thing. However, Zhen Dazhou also had a group of underlings in Donghai City. In addition to his dog-eat-dog business, he also had several underground gambling dens in Donghai City. This was also a quite profitable business, but many gamblers in the gambling dens were red-eyed and irrational. Therefore, Zhen Dazhou had to hire a group of thugs to watch over the gambling dens. Of course, he was also afraid that some underworld people would come to destroy the gambling dens. Therefore, Zhen Dazhou directly called the boss of his gambling dens and asked him to bring people to the House of Six Tastes and wait for him immediately. At this time, Zhen Dazhou's wife also drove over. Zhen Dazhou first got in the car and went to the hospital to take the chopsticks and bandage them. Then, he returned to the House of Six Tastes and met with his underlings. He must kill that guy. Yang Ming, personally, Yang Ming was merciful. The chopsticks and fork only caused ordinary external injuries to Zhen Dazhou. It wasn't a big problem. Yang Ming was in a good mood, so he didn't do anything to him. Otherwise, the chopsticks directly inserted into his acupuncture points. Even if he took out the chopsticks, his two arms would be crippled. However, sometimes, some people don't know fear if they don't feel pain. Yang Ming was merciful. He thought that Yang Ming was weak. When Zhen Dazhou came back from the hospital, the boss of the gambling dens, Brother Wang, was already waiting at the door of the House of Six Tastes. After Brother Wang saw Zhen Dazhou, he immediately ran over. Boss, I have brought people over. Who are we going to mess with this time? What do you think? In a while, you'll follow me in. You will hit whoever I ask you to. Break his legs for me, Zhen Dazhou said. His shoulders were wrapped in gauze, so he also wanted Yang Ming to pay a certain price. Chapter 1979. Zhen Dazhou walked into the House of Six Tastes with Brother String and his men. When the waiter saw that there were so many of them and they looked so aggressive, he knew that they weren't here to eat. He subconsciously asked, Sir, what are you? Get lost. Zhen Dazhou pushed the waiter and said impatiently, Sir, what are you doing? We're going to call the police. The waiter was shocked and quickly said, A waiter recognized Zhendazhou and realized that he was the one who escaped after being stabbed with chopsticks and forked by Yang Ming. At this moment, he brought so many people here. It was obvious that he was here for revenge. The waiter quickly pulled the waiter who stopped Zhendazhou and whispered to him, "Be careful. These people are not to be trifled with. Don't talk." The waiter was reminded by the waiter and was a little scared. He quickly shut up. He was just a worker. If he got himself into trouble for no reason, it would be a loss. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel scared and quickly apologized to Zhendazhou. "Big brother. I'm sorry." Zhendazhou glared at the waiter and thought, "This person has some eyes. A little waiter dares to talk to me like this. If he jumps out again, I'll teach him a lesson first." Zhendazhou walked into the house of Six Tastes with Gang Bro and saw Yang Ming talking to two women. Zhendazhou was instantly enraged. "Wow, you sure know how to act, huh? You dare to wait here instead of running away after beating someone up? Especially the tall beauty with big breasts beside Yang Ming." Zhendazhou drooled. Since his wife didn't come in, Zhendazhou wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson while also catching the big-breasted girl beside Yang Ming to play with. "What you two girls doing? We're going to clear the area for a fight. Everyone else, get out of the way." Of course, although Zhening Jun was interested in Sun Jie, he needed a reason to catch her. He couldn't just catch her like that, right? Therefore, he used a very arrogant and domineering tone to speak to Sun Jie. The purpose was to annoy Sun Jie so that she would come out and defend Yang Ming. This way, he could deal with her logically. Sun Jie and Yang Xian didn't expect that a group of punks would suddenly rush in, and they seemed to be coming here. Yang Xian couldn't help but look at Sun Jie with some doubts. The meaning in her eyes was self-evident. Isn't the Sun family the local tyrant of Donghai City? How could there be a hooligan who dared to mess with the Tai Sui? He actually dared to order around the daughter of the underworld boss of Donghai. Did he not want to live anymore? Sun Jie also frowned. Her business focus was gradually whitening and shifting to Island X in North Africa, so the Sun family had been a lot more low-key recently. Some Tom, Dick, and Harry jumped out and became active at this time. Watch your words. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Sun Jie was the daughter of the underworld boss after all. She didn't panic under this situation. She only coldly glanced at Zhendazhou with some disdain and contempt in her eyes. Feeling the contempt in Sun Jie's eyes, Zhendazhou was even more annoyed. A chick dared to threaten him? If he couldn't even handle this, then how could he survive in Donghai? Therefore, he couldn't care less. He was no longer in a hurry to chase Sun Jie away. Instead, he reached out and grabbed Sun Jie's chest. What he wanted was Sun Jie's doubt. If Sun Jie left obediently, how could he have a chance to flirt with Sun Jie? "Chick, are you very cocky? But I like cocky ones. Let this big brother touch your big breasts and have some fun." Zhendazhou's eyes were filled with perverted light. His dirty hands touched Sun Jie's chest, and he laughed. "Looking for trouble? Chick, you're pretty tough, huh? But in Donghai City, no one dares to threaten me. Zhendazhou, why don't you go out and find out what kind of character I, Zhendazhou, am?" "Pack!" Sun Jie slapped Zhendazhou's face. What kind of character was Sun Jie? How could she be at a disadvantage? Zhendazhou? I really haven't heard of him. Who knows where this Tom, Dick, and Harry came from? You dare to hit me? Zhendazhou looked at Sun Jie in front of him in disbelief. He didn't expect Sun Jie to slap him in the face. In Donghai City, even if Zhendazhou wasn't a character who kept to his word, he was still a tyrant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. He didn't expect Sun Jie to hit him directly. Plus, one of his hands and shoulder were injured, so his reaction wasn't quick enough. Therefore, this slap landed on his face firmly. Sun Jie's slap wasn't small. Zhendazhou's face suddenly had 5 red marks. Half of his cheek swelled up. It was terrifying. "Yes, I hit you," Sun Jie said sarcastically. "Zhendazhou, I haven't heard of you before. Who are you?" "Fuck. Go. Catch this big tits chick for me first. After I deal with this brat, we will take turns with this chick tonight." Zhendazhou suddenly felt that he lost his face. He didn't want to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and ordered Brother Gang. Okay, Brother Gang was most willing to do this kind of thing. Catching a chick was a good job. He could take advantage of her, especially for such a beautiful girl like Sun Jie. It would be even better. Although Sun Jie looked a bit fierce, it was because Zhen Dazhou was injured, so he was hit. However, Brother Gang was strong. Naturally, there wouldn't be such trouble. Therefore, Brother Gang volunteered to rush over and wanted to catch Sun Jie. How could Sun Jie be easily provoked? Although she didn't know martial arts, she was the kind of girl who came from the underworld. Don't think that she was usually obedient to Yang Ming. When Yang Ming wanted to bully her, Sun Jie would agree half-heartedly. However, that was in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming was Sun Jie's boyfriend. Naturally, she wouldn't do anything to Yang Ming. Moreover, Yang Ming was the master of the masters. Sun Jie couldn't do anything to Yang Ming. But this guy was different. He rushed overexcitedly, but he was kicked in the crotch by Sun Jie. He directly covered his lower body and squatted on the ground with an AO sound, howling endlessly. Sun Jie's heel didn't leave any leeway. It directly kicked the Brother Gang until his balls exploded. He was rolling on the ground. Zhen Dazhou was stunned. He didn't expect Sun Jie to be so fierce. She actually dared to kick people like this. Although they were small gangsters, they didn't dare to fight in public. After all, if the police came to investigate, it wouldn't be easy to escape. Chapter 1980. When ordinary people faced gangsters, they didn't even dare to make a move, let alone be ruthless. Who knew that Sun Jie was so ruthless? Go, go, go together. Zhen Dazhou was angry. He had never been so cowardly before. The underlings that he brought were actually kicked to the point where they had to cover their crotch. This made him furious and furious. When Brother Gang's underlings saw that their boss was beaten, they were all eager to catch Sun Jie for revenge. Sun Jie was able to deal with Zhen Dazhou and Brother Wang because she caught them off guard. She succeeded in one move when Zhen Dazhou and Brother Wang were unprepared. Otherwise, how could she be Zhen Dazhou and Brother Wang's opponent? Zhen Dazhou was injured. Sun Jie might be able to force a tie with him, but Brother Gang was such a strong person. If he wasn't kicked in the balls, it was impossible for Sun Jie to subdue him so easily. Sure enough, when Sun Jie saw such a large group of people surrounding her, she was a little scared. She immediately turned to Yang Ming and said, "Yang Ming, this time it's your turn to make a move, right? I can't deal with it." Yang Ming smiled slightly and stood up. For Zhen Dazhou, in fact, Yang Ming didn't want to do anything to him. After all, Zhen Dazhou's level of gangster was really different from Yang Ming. They weren't on the same level at all. Yang Ming didn't care about him at all. So before, Yang Ming also gave a small punishment and let Zhen Dazhou go. But he didn't expect that he actually dared to come back, and even dared to bring people to seek revenge. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't let him go easily this time. Yang Ming walked over to Zhen Dazhou and his underlings. He smiled and looked at Zhen Dazhou. "Are you sure you don't want to get lost? Damn, beat him to death. Beat him to death. If anything happens, I will be responsible." Zhen Dazhou was like a furious mad dog. He pointed at Yang Ming and ordered his underlings. Yes, how would these underlings be afraid of Yang Ming? Under Zhen Dazhou's order, they rushed over to Yang Ming. One of the underlings held an iron rod in his hand and smashed it toward Yang Ming's head. These gangsters usually didn't know anything about the law. When they heard that Zhen Dazhou said that he would be responsible, all of them were like they were on steroids. They all wanted to show how brave they were in front of Zhen Dazhou. Yang Ming frowned. Since these people were stubborn, Yang Ming be polite. Just as the hooligan's iron rod was about to hit Yang Ming's head, Yang Ming made a move. Yang Ming, and, with a crisp sound, the hooligan screamed and knelt on the ground. His leg bone had been broken by Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming could have smashed his skull and directly killed this little gangster, Yang Ming didn't do so. This was a public place. Yang Ming didn't want to make it so bloody. What Yang Ming wanted to do now was to injure these people internally. At least, there shouldn't be too much blood on the outside. Otherwise, it would be too disgusting. He and Lan Ling hadn't finished eating yet. Sun Jie and Yang Xian hadn't eaten yet. If it was too bloody, who would be able to eat? Moreover, Yang Ming really didn't have the intention to care about these little gangsters. These people were just some delinquents who worked for Zhendazhou. These people were simply hot-blooded and impulsive. They didn't care about anything. Therefore, Yang Ming was still merciful. He only injured these little gangsters. He let them stay in the hospital. He hoped that they could wake up and stop working for a boss like Zhendazhou, who had no future. Yang Ming despised this kind of person who didn't have the ability and still relied on his subordinates to die. It had to be said that these little gangsters were very fearless. They were still young and hot-blooded. They were full of enthusiasm. When one person fell, they weren't afraid. They still rushed over bravely. Yang Ming had to continuously break these people's legs. These little gangsters were nothing to Yang Ming. They weren't even considered a warm-up. Yang Ming beat them to the ground quickly. In an instant, these little gangsters who were still very brave were lying on the ground at this moment. They either had one or both of their legs broken. Zhendazhou was a little dumbfounded. He looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. You, Zhendazhou said you 3 times. Apparently, he was frightened by Yang Ming. Finally, he uttered a complete sentence in shock. Who are you people? In Donghai City, you dare to offend anyone. Why don't you open your dog eyes and look? Sun Jie wanted to report the name of the Sun family, but she was stopped by Yang Ming with a wave of his hand. Yang Ming didn't want Sun Jie to stand up. Although the Sun family's name was very big in Donghai, those little gangsters would definitely be afraid after hearing it. However, people like Zhendazhou who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance were beaten out of the House of Six Tastes by Yang Ming before. After that, he actually found someone to seek revenge. It could be seen that Zhendazhou was a very petty person and very vengeful. Although Zhendazhou's strength wasn't enough to compete with the Sun family, Yang Ming was afraid that after Zhendazhou became powerful, he would seek revenge from Sun Jie. If Yang Ming was still in Donghai or Songjiang, it would naturally be fine. But now the key problem was that Yang Ming was going to Yunnan soon. Once he left, how could he rest assured that Sun Jie was here? So he still didn't want Zhendazhou to find Sun Jie. At least, he couldn't let Zhendazhou target Sun Jie in the future. So Yang Ming interrupted Sun Jie's words in time and said to Zhendazhou faintly, "Who am I? Naturally, I'm from Songjiang. Didn't I tell you before? I'm here to pick someone up. People of Songjiang, you have injured so many people." Zhendazhou actually wanted to find out the name of Yang Ming and the others so that he could use it for revenge in the future. But now, he couldn't do anything to Yang Ming. The people he brought were all crippled by Yang Ming. It was impossible for him to get back his face. Since Yang Ming refused to say his name, Zhendazhou thought of a way to deal with Yang Ming. He was going to call the police and let the police deal with Yang Ming. Although this matter was his fault, Yang Ming had injured so many people. He had to take some responsibility, right? Moreover, Zhendazhou's real purpose was to find out the background and name of Yang Ming and the others so that he could take revenge on them. Thinking of this, Zhendazhou pretended to be angry and said, "Since I'm not as good as you, then we will meet again. You want to take revenge on me in the future? Do as you wish. My name is Yang Ming. The car parked at the door is mine. You can take down the car number and find me at any time." Yang Ming saw through Zhendazhou's thoughts and said faintly, Chapter 1981. Although Yang Ming didn't use his special ability often, with Yang Ming's current strength and status, the situations where he could use his special ability were getting less and less. Occasionally, he would use it to adjust his mood. Therefore, Yang Ming accidentally heard Zhendazhou's thoughts and knew his purpose. It could be said that Zhendazhou was very nervous now. He was afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't let him go, so he said the previous words nervously. However, it also gave Yang Ming the opportunity to hear his thoughts. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't mind telling him his identity directly. Even if Zhendazhou called the police, Yang Ming could still take out his documents to settle this matter. However, Yang Ming was afraid that it would be troublesome and disturb his meal. So, he simply told Zhendazhou his identity, so that Jean Dajo could deal with him directly in the future. He believed that if Jean Dajo dared to go to Songjiang to inquire about him, he probably wouldn't be able to come back. Even if he was a dragon crossing the river, he couldn't do anything in Songjiang City. Bao Sanli could kill him with one finger. Jean Dajo didn't expect Yang Ming to reveal his identity so easily. He was suddenly happy and remembered the name Yang Ming. He was ready to go to Songjiang City to find Yang Ming for revenge. Even if your kung fu was powerful, it was only on the surface. No matter how high your kung fu was, you were still afraid of a kitchen knife. When the time comes, I will stab you in the back. Let's see if you can avoid it. However, just when he was happy, Jean Dajo suddenly thought of a very important question. The car at the door is his? Therefore, Jean Dajo's face changed. He hesitated and asked Yang Ming, "The car at the door, is it yours?" "It's mine. You can smash it," Yang Ming said faintly. "If you dare to smash it." "Ha! I don't dare. I was just casually saying, Brother Yang Ming, right? Brother, you are busy. I will leave first. Sorry for the offense." Jean Dajo's expression changed instantly. In fact, he had no choice but to do so. The car at the door was obviously not simple. The person who could drive this kind of car must be a person with a high status. From the issuance mechanism of the passes, it could be seen that the identity of this Yang Ming wasn't simple. And Yang Ming's skill was so good, which explained the problem. Jean Dajo wasn't stupid. Some people could be offended, but some people couldn't be offended. If this Yang Ming came from those powerful mechanisms, then he was simply asking for trouble by going against Yang Ming. Therefore, at this moment, he made a difficult decision. Jean Dajo took a group of underlings with broken legs and staggered out of the House of Six Tastes. He could only admit that he was unlucky. In his opinion, Yang Ming might have a gun. How could he, a gangster, dare to provoke such a person? Looking at Yang Ming's car, Jean Dajo could only admit that he was unlucky. He took a group of underlings to the hospital to see a doctor. He was a frequent visitor to the hospital. Previously, he had just seen a doctor. This time, he had to go to the hospital to see a doctor with his underlings. After Jean Dajo and the others left, the House of Six Tastes returned to peace again. The waiter who stopped the waiter from going against Jean Dajo suddenly became a little embarrassed and cautious. After all, Jean Dajo didn't do anything to Yang Ming. It was Yang Ming who seriously injured Jean Dajo and Jean Dajo's underlings. Previously, he flattered the wrong person. At this time, he was afraid of Yang Ming's revenge, so he was a little evasive. He didn't dare to get close to Yang Ming. In fact, why would Yang Ming find trouble with a little waiter? Yang Ming didn't take him seriously at all. Instead, he raised his head and talked to Sun Jie again. Previously, Sun Jie was also a smart person. She probably guessed Yang Ming's meaning. She knew that Yang Ming was doing it for her good, so he didn't let her say her identity. It seemed that Yang Ming was worried about this Jean Dajo. I'm leaving. Naturally, I don't want these people to bother you anymore. Otherwise, I won't be at ease when I leave. Yang Ming said truthfully. You're leaving? Yang Xian didn't know the reason, but she was stunned. Little brother, what are you talking about? Where are you going? Let's change to a 4-person table and talk slowly. Yang Ming saw that the people around were pointing at them. He knew that it was impossible to eat and talk quietly here. There was such a big movement before. Yang Ming easily defeated the people brought by Jean Dajo, which attracted the attention of the guests and waiters here. Although they didn't dare to look at Yang Ming blatantly, they were still very curious about Yang Ming and others. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't lower himself to the level of these ordinary people, but Yang Ming still wasn't used to being stared at by them, so he suggested to Sun Jie to change to a 4-person table. There's an additional private room here. I have already booked one before. Sun Jie said with a smile. Let's go to the private room to eat together. In the past, the home of Six Tastes didn't have a private room, but now on the original basis, the 2nd and 3rd floors were expanded. There were additional seats and private rooms on the upper floors, but the number of private rooms was still limited. Without a certain strength, it couldn't be booked. However, this wasn't a problem for Sun Jie. Sun Jie's power in Donghai City was still very big. Although Sun Hongjun had left, the Sun family's influence still existed. It was still easy for Sun Jie to book a private room. The four people went upstairs to the private room together, and the dishes downstairs were naturally served by the waiters. Sun Jie ordered a few more dishes, and the few people sat at the table and chatted. Yang Ming, this time you can tell your sister where you're going, right? Although Yang Xin and Yang Ming didn't meet much, the two people were like old friends at first sight. The relationship between sister and brother was still good. Yang Xin also sincerely accepted this brother. Sister Yang Xin, I'm going out to perform a mission. I may be gone for a while. Didn't little Jia tell you? Yang Ming didn't say so specifically, but simply said that he was going to perform a mission. Perform a mission? Perform what mission? Yang Xin was stunned. Aren't you a student? Yang Xin didn't know about Yang Ming's special identity. She only knew that he was a college student. So when she heard Yang Ming say this, she felt a little strange. Hee. Yang Xin, you still don't know? Yang Ming is actually an agent. Sun Jie lowered her voice and said, Yang Ming, your identity isn't a secret, right? Secret, of course, it's a secret. Yang Ming waved his hand and said seriously. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Yang Xion's face changed slightly and became a little gloomy. She wanted to say something, but she still didn't say it. After all, Yang Ming said this. Did he not believe her? Chapter 1982. However, although Yang Xin felt uncomfortable in her heart, she also knew that she was Yang Ming's sister. It was normal for Yang Ming to keep some things a secret from her. It was just that she didn't feel good about it. However, I can keep secrets from anyone but Sister Yang Xin. Yang Ming smiled and said, Sister Yang Xin is my sister. Naturally, I have to tell her these things. Yang Xin heard Yang Ming take a deep breath when he spoke. She couldn't help but be stunned. Puffed, she laughed and said, Yang Ming, why do you take a deep breath when you speak? I'm just kidding, said Yang Ming. But Sister Yang Xin, you have to keep this a secret for me. It's enough for you to know. I can't tell others. You can't tell your brother-in-law, Wu Yunsheng, asked Yang Xin. He can tell, but it's fine if it's an outsider. Yang Ming thought about it, but he didn't care. After all, Wu Yunsheng was also a member of the army. It was fine for him to know some inside information. Yang Ming was now also a member of the army. Okay, I got it. Yang Xin nodded solemnly this time. Yang Ming took out an ID from his pocket and handed it to Yang Xin. This was a military ID. As for the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's ID, Yang Ming did not take it out. After all, Yang Ming was not going to tell Yang Xin about the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in detail. He only said that he was a member of the army. Sister Yang Xin, this is my ID, said Yang Ming. Yang Xin took Yang Ming's ID and opened it to take a look. Her husband, Wu Yunsheng, was from the army, and her father-in-law was also a commander in the army, so she naturally recognized that this ID was real and not forged. Yang Xin was a little surprised. Yang Ming was actually serving in the special department of the army at such a young age. In fact, he was only in his first year of college. If he was older, it would be easier to understand, but now... Moreover, from what Yang Ming said so far, his position was not a nominal position, but a real position that required a mission. That was not simple. I didn't expect my brother to be so successful. Yang Xin sighed. What is your mission this time? Sister Yang Xin, the specifics are confidential. I can't say this. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. This is a confidentiality discipline. You should understand. Although you're my elder sister, I can't tell you the details. It's okay. I know this. Yang Xin understood. Wu Yunsheng was a person from the army. She naturally knew that some things were confidential. Even if it was a close person, they couldn't simply talk about it. Therefore, she didn't think too much about it. If that's the case, I won't ask anymore. Yang Ming smiled. But the time of this mission may be longer. When I come back, I may be an uncle. Yang Xin was slightly stunned, but then she understood Yang Ming's words. She couldn't help but smile. Yeah, your brother-in-law and I plan to have a child at the end of this year. When you come back, won't you be an uncle directly? Huh. Then it seems that I really have to work hard to come back early. Otherwise, I won't be able to see my nephew. Yang Ming also smiled. The topic of Yang Ming's mission was basically over. Several people talked about other topics. They talked about their recent situation until the waiter served the food. Then, everyone started to eat. After the meal, Yang Ming, Sun Jie, and Yang Xian said goodbye. Sun Jie didn't ask Yang Ming to stay. After all, she also knew that Lan Ling and Yang Ming hadn't seen each other for a long time. Today, Lan Ling rushed back. Naturally, she wanted to meet with Yang Ming. Yang Ming would embark on his journey tomorrow, so Sun Jie didn't want to take up too much of Yang Ming's time. Out of the House of Six Tastes, Sun Jie glanced at Yang Ming's car and smiled. Are you going back to Songjiang City soon? Since Yang Ming drove, naturally, he wouldn't stay in Donghai City. Sun Jie had some regrets. Little Jie, why don't you go back with us? Yang Ming saw the reluctance in Sun Jie's eyes, so he invited her. I won't go. I still have work here. Sun Jie was also a reasonable person. At this moment, Yang Ming's time was limited. How could she compete with Lan Ling? Sister Sun Jie, why don't you go back with us? I don't mind. Lan Ling also saw Sun Jie's reluctance, so she also said. Lan Ling was actually not a girl who liked to be jealous. From a moment she saw the receipt from Yang Ming's pocket when Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan went to the supermarket, she always maintained a tolerance for Yang Ming. What she cared about was Yang Ming's love for her. As long as Yang Ming's love for her didn't change, then Lan Ling would be satisfied. It was because Lan Ling knew a side effect of the voodoo. Although Yang Ming's body became more and more immune to poison after being inflicted with the voodoo, his desire also became stronger. Lan Ling wasn't with Yang Ming for a long time. She couldn't ask Yang Ming to stay chaste for her. She wasn't such a person, so she thought it through and didn't bother with these little things. No, wait for Yang Ming to return smoothly. Then we will have a good gathering together. Sun Jie smiled. I will treat at that time. Let's go out and have fun. All right. Lan Ling saw that Sun Jie insisted on not going back to Donghai City together, so she nodded and didn't insist anymore. It was because she also knew that Sun Jie was being kind and didn't want to disturb her short time with Yang Ming. Little Jie, take care. Yang Ming looked at Sun Jie deeply and then got in the car with Lan Ling. Yang Ming knew that this might be the last time he saw Sun Jie, so he wanted to imprint Sun Jie's appearance in his heart. This was one of the women he loved. Yang Ming wanted to remember her appearance forever. Sun Jie also had the same idea as Yang Ming. She looked at Yang Ming affectionately and left the House of Six Tastes with Yang Xian. Yang Ming drove Lan Ling to Songjiang City. Ling, let's go and see Godfather and Godmother in a while. Yang Ming said, Godfather? Godmother? Lan Ling was stunned and looked at Yang Ming with some doubts. She didn't know who Yang Ming was talking about. Right, you still don't know about Godfather and Godmother. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Lan Ling didn't know that he recognized Lu Weishan as his godfather. So he quickly explained, After you left, I recognized Lu Weishan, Professor Lu, as my godfather and Aunt Shu as my godmother. Ah, is that so? You recognized him as your godfather. Lan Ling only knew who Yang Ming's godfather and godmother were. Yeah, Godfather took care of us in the past. He even gave us a house to live in. Since you are back, you naturally have to visit him first, Yang Ming said. Chapter 1983. Yeah, in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Now that I think about it, it's still vivid in my mind. Lan Ling also sighed and nodded. I didn't expect so many things to happen in this half a year. Yeah, but fortunately you and I haven't changed. Our feelings for each other haven't changed, Yang Ming said with a smile. Fortunately, you haven't changed. Otherwise, you would be dead. Lan Ling also laughed. Huh. Yang Ming listened to Lan Ling's words and suddenly laughed. After laughing for a long time, he said, I am a person. Although I'm a bit of playboy, I am very loyal. If I like a girl, I will like her for life. Lan Ling sighed and said helplessly, "It's bad luck to like you." Ugh. Yang Ming was stunned. But when he saw Lan Ling's smile, he knew that she was joking with him. The car got off the highway. Yang Ming went straight to the family building behind Songjiang Industry University. He parked the car downstairs of Lu Weishan's house. Yang Ming held Lan Ling's hand and pressed the doorbell of Lu Weishan's house. Today was the weekend. Lu Weishan must be at home at this time. Sure enough, not long after, the voice of his godmother, Aunt Chu, came from the intercom. "Who is it?" "Godmother, it's me, Yang Ming," said Yang Ming. "Yang Ming is here." Aunt Chu heard Yang Ming's voice and quickly opened the door. "Come up quickly." Yang Ming held Lan Ling's hand and went upstairs with her. At this time, Aunt Chu had already opened the door and shouted to Yang Ming, "Big Ming, are you up yet?" "I am up, Godmother. I will be there soon." Yang Ming smiled and shouted in the corridor. When they came upstairs, Aunt Chu also saw Yang Ming holding Lan Ling's hand. She was stunned. You are... It was no wonder that Aunt Chu was surprised. Back then, Lan Ling left very suddenly and left for such a long time. Now that she was back so suddenly, Aunt Chu didn't dare to recognize her. "Aunt Chu, it's me, Lan Ling." Lan Ling was very excited to see an old acquaintance. She waved at Aunt Chu. "Lan Ling, you're back? But shouldn't you change your words? Don't call me Aunt Chu. Call me Godmother." Aunt Chu smiled at Lan Ling. "Godmother." Lan Ling didn't decline and directly called out, Good. Good. Godmother will go and prepare the money for you." Aunt Chu was very happy that she had another goddaughter. When Yang Ming and Lan Ling entered the house, Aunt Chu shouted, "Old Lu, come out quickly. Look who's here." During the weekend, Lu Weishan basically spent most of his time reading in the study room. If it wasn't an important guest, he would ask Aunt Chu to help him send them away. At this moment, when he heard Aunt Chu's voice, Lu Weishan naturally knew that a familiar guest had come, so he walked out of the study room. "Who's here?" Lu Weishan said as he walked. "Godfather, it's me," said Yang Ming. "Oh." After Lu Weishan heard Yang Ming's voice, he was slightly stunned. Then he saw Lan Ling in the living room, and suddenly he was stunned again. He pointed at Lan Ling in surprise and said, "Lan Ling, you're back?" "Yes, Uncle Lu." "Oh, it should be Godfather." Lan Ling waved her hand sweetly at Lu Weishan. Good. Lu Weishan suddenly smiled. "I really didn't expect that you could come back before Big Ming left. Are you staying in Songjiang City this time?" "No, Godfather. I just came to see Yang Ming. I'm leaving tomorrow." Lan Ling shook her head and said, "Oh, you're in such a hurry." Lu Weishan was stunned and then said, "Then I won't keep you. You came here to take a look. I'm afraid you have to go somewhere else, right?" "Yes, I'm going to take Ling Ling to my parents to see them." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Oh, you have to. This is a must." Lu Weishan was very happy. Yang Ming brought Lan Ling to see him first. Although Lan Ling had met him before, it was reasonable for her to visit him first after coming back. However, Lu Weishan was still quite pleased. When Lan Ling heard that Yang Ming was going to take her to see Yang Ming's parents, she was suddenly very happy. Although Lan Ling and Yang Ming's union was a bit of a strange combination of circumstances, and Lan Ling didn't care about other people's views, in fact, she also hoped that Yang Ming's parents could accept her. However, if Yang Ming didn't mention it, Lan Ling wouldn't take the initiative to say anything. Now that Yang Ming took the initiative to mention it, Lan Ling naturally felt that Yang Ming was very good to her. Yang Ming's action was actually equivalent to Yang Ming and his family acknowledging Lan Ling's identity. At this time, Aunt Chu walked out of the room with a big red packet in her hand. Then, she handed the red packet to Lan Ling and said, "Come, Lan Ling. This is Godmother's change of address for you." "Thank you, Godmother." Lan Ling didn't refuse. She smiled and took the red packet and thanked her. "You're welcome," Aunt Chu said with a smile. "Old Lu, I'm going to get something to eat. Big Ming and Ling Ling will eat here tonight, right? Can you accompany them and talk first?" "No need, my wife. Ling Ling will only come back for a day, and Big Ming will leave tomorrow. We can't delay their arrangements. Big Ming hasn't taken Ling Ling to his parents' house yet," Lu Weishan said. Ah, so that's it. Aunt Chu was a little disappointed when she heard it, but she also knew that Yang Ming would leave tomorrow and embark on a journey. Naturally, he would have to meet Lan Ling more. Moreover, he didn't go to his parents' house and came here first. Aunt Chu was also very happy. Right, where's Sister Xiao Qing? Yang Ming was still used to calling Xiao Qing's sister Xiao Qing in front of Lu Weishan and Aunt Chu. It was also out of habit, although the two elders already knew about his relationship with Xiao Qing. She's working overtime at school. She didn't come back, Lu Weishan said with a smile. Then forget it. Let's go back to my parents' house first. Yang Ming nodded and said to Lu Weishan and Aunt Chu, all right, then you can go back first. Lu Weishan nodded and didn't urge them to stay. Aunt Chu was a little reluctant, but she couldn't say much. She sent Yang Ming and Lan Ling to the door and watched them go downstairs. Yang Ming and Lan Ling went downstairs, got in the car, and went straight to Yang Ming's parents' house. Yang Ming regretted not bringing Shuya home yesterday. However, he had just accepted Fan Jinja's challenge yesterday. He had a lot of things to do and was in a hurry. He didn't have much time. Suya also had a lot of things to do. She left early in the morning, so he planned to bring Shuya back after he returned safely. Lan Ling didn't have to worry about this. Yang Ming's parents already knew about Lan Ling's existence, but they had never met her. Chapter 1984. Yang Ming drove the car into the familiar community and suddenly felt a little emotional. This may be the last time I entered the door of this community. Although this was a bit sad, Yang Ming was still very nostalgic. Yang Ming parked the car and got off with Lan Ling. He took Lan Ling to the door, but halfway through, he saw a scene that made Yang Ming feel incredible. Yang Dahai was talking to a young and beautiful woman. The woman was holding Yang Dahai's arm as if she was very close to Yang Dahai. Yang Dahai had a bitter smile on his face. Yang Ming frowned. His father was walking closely with a young woman. This made Yang Ming somewhat unacceptable. Although Yang Ming himself was fickle, he couldn't accept his father's fickleness. Yang Ming's fickleness was based on his ability. Now, Yang Ming could be said to be one of the most powerful people in the world. He was also one of the wealthiest people. Of course, this was hidden, not on the surface. From the two assassin groups controlled by Yang Ming and a mercenary organization, Yang Ming already had a very powerful strength. Yang Ming also had a series of supporters such as the old Buffon family around him. So Yang Ming had the strength to be fickle. But Yang Ming's father was different. It could be said that everything he had was thanks to Yang Ming. Of course, if his mother had no opinion, Yang Ming naturally had no opinion. After all, Yang Ming was also a man. As a man, it was not good to criticize him. In this case, if they bumped into each other, it would definitely be awkward. So, Yang Ming decided to look at the situation first. At least, he had to understand the relationship between this young woman and his father. If she was really a mistress of his father, then Yang Ming needed to talk to his father. There was nothing wrong with maintaining a mistress. After all, his father was also the chairman of a big group. But if this broke the harmony of the family, it wasn't something that Yang Ming was willing to see. So, this depended on his father's mediation ability. If his mother could accept it, then Yang Ming naturally wouldn't be a busybody. Yang Ming pulled Yang Ming's hand and quietly hid at the side. He made a silent gesture to Lan Ling. Lan Ling didn't know what happened, but Yang Ming asked her to be silent. She naturally listened to Yang Ming and stood at the side. Brother Yang, I want to buy a car. The sisters in the club drive a Ferrari. I only drive a Honda Accord. I can't compare to them. The young woman said Yang Dahai. Didn't I give you a sum of money before? Why are you still asking for money? Yang Dahai was obviously not interested in the woman's coquettishness, but he asked back. Wasn't the previous money used to buy a house? Wasn't it because of you? If you miss me in the future, you can find me at any time. The young woman said, Why would I look for you? Didn't I make it clear to you before? That was just a misunderstanding. I didn't want to continue with you. The previous money was just a compensation to you. Yang Dahai frowned. Io, do you think I don't know what you men are thinking? You don't mean what you say. You see, you are hard. The young woman's hand touched Yang Dahai's body dishonestly. Yang Ming suddenly sweated. Isn't this woman too bold? Why did my father find such a mistress? She has no quality at all. Cough, cough. Yang Dahai coughed twice and said, Xiao Wei, I think you should understand what I mean. That was just an accident. Moreover, you should know very well why that happened. I don't want to destroy my family. This time, I'll buy you a car, but it's also the last time I'll give you money. I hope you'll take care of yourself in the future. After that, Yang Dahai gave Xiao Wei a bank card. Oomph. Yang Dahai, you wiped it clean after you finished eating. You don't want to admit it, right? If you don't want to destroy the family, why did you do it so happily that day? Let me tell you, if you keep me, everyone will be happy. Otherwise, I, Xiao Wei, am not someone to be trifled with. Don't blame me for talking to your wife about this. The young woman named Xiao Wei listened to Yang Dahai's words. After she took the bank card from Yang Dahai, she turned hostile directly. You. Yang Dahai was furious. He stared at Xiao Wei and couldn't say anything. You are too much. Let me tell you, Yang Dahai, if you keep me, then I will be your mistress with peace of mind. Otherwise, don't blame me for ruining your reputation. At that time, don't blame me for accusing you of raping me. I recorded what happened that day. Xiao Wei coldly snorted and said. After that, Xiao Wei turned and left. She didn't care about Yang Dahai, who was behind her with a pale face. Seeing this, Yang Ming had roughly understood that his father didn't mean to keep a mistress. This Xiao Wei probably had a relationship with his father under a specific occasion. Then, when Xiao Wei saw that his father was rich and was the chairman, she took the initiative to come over and wanted to be his father's mistress. As a result, his father disagreed. He hoped that Xiao Wei would take the money and leave, but Xiao Wei seemed to be unwilling to do so. She wanted to get more benefits. Yang Ming knew his father's character. He wasn't decisive enough in doing things, which led to the current situation. However, Yang Ming wasn't a good person. He walked over directly and stopped in front of Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei was stunned. She didn't expect someone to suddenly come out and stop her, but she didn't care. She wanted to avoid Yang Ming and leave, but she was stopped by Yang Ming. Why are you in such a hurry? You stand here first. Yang Ming said faintly. Who are you? Xiao Wei was stunned. Looking at the sudden appearance of Yang Ming, she was stunned. She frowned and asked, What are you doing? At this time, Yang Dahai also saw his son. He was stunned, and then there was an extremely awkward expression on his face. He walked over quickly. Yang Ming, why are you here? Dad, what's the matter with this woman? Yang Ming glanced at his father and asked, Yo, it turns out to be your son? He's quite handsome, right? Xiao Wei didn't expect that Yang Ming was actually Yang Dahai's son. She smiled and snorted. Little friend, I will be your stepmother in the future. Pa. Yang Ming slapped Xiao Wei directly on her face. Xiao Wei was stunned. Did I let you talk? You shut up first, Yang Ming said coldly. Although Yang Ming was very disdainful to hit this kind of woman, Yang Ming was very disgusted by Xiao Wei's approach. Obviously, she was here to blackmail him. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Xiao Wei went crazy all of a sudden. She stared at Yang Ming. Yang Dahai, do you care about your son? Does he still have respect for his elders? He dares to hit me? Chapter 1985. Yang Dahai was a little embarrassed, but he didn't speak. If his son knew about this, he really didn't know how to explain it. What he was most afraid of was that his son would tell his wife about this. Yang Dahai was a person who valued family very much. He didn't want to bring harm to his family because of such things. Well, Yang Dahai, you don't care about me, right? You father and son are bullying me together, right? Xiao Wei shouted hoarsely. You think I'm easy to bully, right? Well, since you want to make a big deal out of it, then make a big deal out of it. I will call the police and say that you raped me. You? Yang Dahai was furious. Although this matter wasn't his fault, and he could investigate that Xiao Wei was talking nonsense, if he called the police, it would bring a lot of trouble, especially if his in-laws knew about it. Then Yang Dahai's face would be ruined. Well, you want to call the police? I help you call? Yang Ming shrugged indifferently. You are blackmailing me. Think about it. Once you go in, you won't be able to come out. As Yang Ming said this, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to make a call. Wait, don't you know who I am? I am Brother Zheng's sister. Xiao Wei didn't dare to let Yang Ming call the police. She said that she would call the police just to scare Yang Dehai. Yang Dehai was a person who cared about his face, but she didn't expect Yang Dehai's son to not care about anything. Xiao Wei was a little scared. Therefore, Xiao Wei showed her identity. Her brother was a gangster in a nightclub. She was actually a high-class lady. Yang Dehai was one of her guests. She was invited by Yang Dehai's business partner to entertain Yang Dehai. However, when Xiao Wei saw Yang Dehai's identity and wealth, she had an idea. She wanted to be his lover and enjoy a rich life. Who is Brother Zheng? Yang Ming was stunned. He frowned and asked, you don't even know Brother Zheng? The security captain of the Big Leaf Bath Center. Xiao Wei said proudly. What kind of nonsense is this? Yang Ming picked up the phone impatiently and dialed Bao Sanli's number. Brother Yang, what can I do for you? Bao Sanli picked up the phone immediately and asked respectfully, is there a Big Leaf Bath Center? Is there a person called Brother Zheng? Yang Ming asked directly. Brother Zheng. Oh, are you talking about little Zhengzi? Brother Yang? Bao Sanli thought about it and asked. Anyway, he is the security captain of Big Leaf and Drizzle Center. Ask him to come to my house downstairs, Mingyang District. His sister is going crazy here. Ask him to bring his sister back. Yang Ming said to Bao Sanli faintly. Okay, Brother Yang. Bao Sanli was stunned. He thought, does this little Zhengzi want to die? Asking a girl to find trouble with Yang Ming? Wasn't there something wrong with him? She hurriedly responded and went to call little Zhengzi. Yang Ming hung up the phone, glanced at Xiao Wei, then looked at his father and said, I called her brother and asked him to take her back. Ha ha ha. You just pretend. You want to continue pretending? Don't think that I will be scared just because you made a phone call. Can you ask someone to find my brother to take me back? Are you dreaming? Pretending to make a phone call. Who are you trying to fool? Xiao Wei naturally didn't believe that Yang Ming could get her brother to come over with a phone call. Who was her brother? He was the security captain of a bath center. In fact, he was the leader of the big gangsters. How could he come over just because someone called him? Oh, believe it or not, we will know when he comes. Yang Ming said faintly. Haha, then I will wait. I want to see if he can call my brother. Xiao Wei obviously didn't take it seriously. She was ready to wait for Yang Ming to make a fool of himself. In her opinion, Yang Ming just wanted to scare her and make her leave, but she was Xiao Wei. She wasn't scared. It wasn't easy for her to hook up with such a rich master. How could she give up? However, Xiao Wei obviously had the wrong idea. It didn't take long for a Jinbei van to drive into the community. Then, it stopped not far from Yang Ming. The door opened, and a man with a buzz cut rushed down and ran to Xiao Wei. Brother, why are you here? Xiao Wei saw the buzz cut man coming down from the Jinbei van and was stunned. This person is really my brother, Brother Zheng. Xiao Wei didn't believe it. Why is my brother here? However, the buzz cut man didn't pay attention to Xiao Wei's question. He ran in front of Xiao Wei, swung his arm, and slapped his sister directly in the face. Ha! It was very loud. Brother, what are you doing? Xiao Wei covered her face and looked at her brother in disbelief. She asked with grievance, What are you doing here? What did you do? Did you actually offend Brother Yang? The buzz cut man glanced at his sister, then turned to look at Yang Ming and said carefully, Brother Yang, I'm sorry. My sister lacks discipline. If she offends you, please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to her level. After I bring her back, I will teach her a lesson. Xiao Wei was a little dumbfounded. My brother, isn't he usually very powerful? In the bathing center, he is also a very powerful person. He has a group of underlings that he can order around. But now, why is she as obedient as a little sheep? What kind of situation is this? Thinking of this, Xiao Wei was a little aggrieved. Brother, don't talk. The buzz-cut man slapped her again and glared at Xiao Wei. His heart was full of hatred. This sister, it's fine if you're willing to degrade yourself. You are a lady, but you want to provoke Yang Ming. Isn't that courting death? Who is Yang Ming? He is Brother Bao's boss. Even Brother Bao didn't dare to act rashly in front of Yang Ming. How could he, the buzz-cut man, dare to let his sister provoke Yang Ming? On the other side, another person came down from the Jinbei car. Wasn't it Bao Sanli? Xiao Wei didn't know Yang Ming, but she knew Bao Sanli. She knew that this person was the famous big brother of Songjiang City and the boss of her brother, Brother Zheng. Seeing that Bao Sanli also came, Xiao Wei finally realized that she seemed to have gotten into trouble and provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked. Brother Yang, what's the matter? I brought little Zhengzi here. What happened to his sister? As Bao Sanli spoke, his sharp eyes looked at Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei trembled and quickly lowered her head subconsciously. However, Bao Sanli then saw Yang Dahai. He knew Yang Dahai, so the expression on his face quickly became more respectful. He nodded and bowed to Yang Dahai and said, Uncle Yang, you are here too. Yang Dahai nodded to Bao Sanli awkwardly and didn't say much. The situation here could only be handled by Yang Ming first. Chapter 1986. I don't know what happened. You should ask her. Yang Ming pointed at Xiao Wei and frowned. What happened? Bao Sanli's face was gloomy as he turned to look at Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei lowered her head and trembled in fear. She didn't expect that Yang Ming really didn't lie to her. Yang Ming really found her brother. Not only did he find her brother, but he also found a more powerful person. Talk. I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear it? The buzzcut guy looked at his sister impatiently. Hurry up and tell me what happened. I'm sorry, Brother Bao. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Xiao Wei was scared. She nodded to Bao Sanli like a little chick and apologized. Don't say sorry to me. The person you provoked is Brother Yang. It's useless to say it to me. Bao Sanli said coldly. Yang, Brother Yang, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I was blinded by money. I'm sorry. Xiao Wei said quickly. You tell me what happened first. Yang Ming frowned and asked. Yes. Xiao Wei nodded quickly and said, This is the case. That day, in the bath center, Yang Dahai, President Yang drank too much, and then he had sex with me. I saw President Yang's business card. He was a chairman and looked very rich. I used my phone to take a few photos of us at that time. I was blinded by money. I wanted to be President Yang's mistress and asked for money from President Yang. Yang Ming frowned. Sure enough, it was similar to what he guessed. This Xiao Wei was a prostitute. When her father was drunk, she had sex with him, so she relied on her father. On the other side, Yang Dahai was full of embarrassment and helplessness. As an elder, it was really difficult for a junior to talk about this matter. Bao Sanli didn't expect that Xiao Wei actually dared to blackmail Brother Yang's father. He was suddenly furious. He looked at Xiao Zhengzi with a gloomy face. Xiao Zhengzi, your sister is quite bold. This, Brother Leopard, I'm innocent. I didn't know about this. The crew-cut guy regretted not keeping an eye on his sister. As a result, he made such a big mistake. He was really looking for death. Little sister actually dared to do such a thing. I'm sorry. Xiao Wei kept apologizing like a chick pecking at rice. All right, where are the photos you took? Let me see. Yang Ming impatiently waved his hand and asked Xiao Wei. It's here. It's on my phone. Xiao Wei quickly took out her phone and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming saw a few unsightly pictures in the photo album on his phone. He checked the storage path and found that they were stored in the memory card. Just these few? Nothing else? Yang Ming asked. No, just these few. Xiao Wei didn't dare to lie and quickly replied. It didn't spread to other places? Yang Ming asked. No, I wanted to use it to threaten President Yang. I didn't want to have a falling out with him. Xiao Wei shook her head and said, Didn't you say that you also recorded it? Where is it? Asked Yang Ming. It's also in the phone. Xiao Wei said truthfully. Yang Ming nodded. Sure enough, he found a video clip in the phone, which was also stored in the memory card. Yang Ming took the memory card out of the phone and crushed the memory card with his hand. Yang Ming's method scared the crew-cut guy. How much strength did it take to crush such a small memory card? It must be known that the smaller the size, the harder it was to crush it. After all, it was relatively small in the face of force. It wasn't as easy to crush as a big thing. A small TF memory card was only 1 square centimeter in size. If it was crushed, it was indeed quite difficult. However, Yang Ming did it, and he did it effortlessly. A memory card turned into a pile of powder in the blink of an eye. Yang Ming chose to crush the memory card instead of deleting the content inside, because the deleted content could be recovered through some software. Although this Xiao Wei probably wouldn't dare to find someone to recover it after this, he was afraid that after Xiao Wei's phone was lost, someone would find the recovered content and then post it on the internet. Then, the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, Yang Ming chose the simplest way, which was to directly destroy the memory card. In this way, even if it was a powerful person, it was impossible to restore it. I'll return the phone to you. Yang Ming returned the phone to Xiao Wei, and then said faintly, "My dad has given you 2 sums of money. According to your value, this money is enough to play with you from now until you are old. I don't want to see you again in the future." Yang Ming's words could be said to be very impolite. However, Xiao Wei didn't dare to say anything. She just nodded there. In her opinion, it was already very good that Yang Ming could leave her this sum of money. She was already very happy. Why would she care about other things? "I know. I won't come again. I don't dare to come again," Xiao Wei said quickly. "Okay, take her away. I don't want to be an eyesore." Yang Ming waved to the buzzcut guy impatiently. "Yes, Brother Yang," the buzzcut guy quickly replied, and then looked at his sister and said, "Why aren't you leaving?" "Yes, yes," Xiao Wei said quickly. The buzzcut guy took Xiao Wei and left quickly. Yang Dehai, who was on the side, also sighed awkwardly. Obviously, his lifetime of brilliance had almost been destroyed. If it weren't for Yang Ming's prompt and decisive handling, he might have been extorted by this Xiao Wei many times in the future. "Brother Yang, Uncle Yang, then I won't bother you guys anymore." Bao Sanli knew that at this moment, he could only increase the awkwardness here, so he hurriedly left. "Okay, you go first." Yang Ming nodded and let Bao Sanli leave first. After Bao Sanli left, Yang Dehai said to Yang Ming with some embarrassment, "Big Ming, I'll let you see a joke. Today's matter, I will take the initiative to confess to your mother." Yang Dehai knew that this matter couldn't be hidden. Since Yang Ming knew about it, he could only confess to his wife. If his wife didn't accept it, he could only carefully apologize. "Dad, you don't have to tell Mom about this, so that she won't feel uncomfortable." Yang Ming waved his hand. "You're now a boss. It's normal to play along, but be careful in the future. Don't be fooled by others. After I leave, if you encounter trouble again, call Bao Sanli directly and let this kid help you settle it." "I know." Yang Dehai nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yang Ming didn't say it, it was impossible for his wife to know about it. "I won't let this happen again. To tell you the truth, this is the first time I have a relationship with a woman other than your mother." Chapter 1987. Yang Ming was stunned. He smiled strangely. Father's words seemed to be mocking him. "Yang Ming has a lot of women around him, right, Dad? Let me introduce you. This is Lan Ling, whom I told you and Mom about." Yang Ming pulled Lan Ling in front of his father. "Ah." Yang Dehai just noticed that there was a beautiful girl beside Yang Ming, and this girl was his daughter-in-law. Thinking that she also saw his embarrassing scene, Yang Dehai was even more embarrassed. The daughter-in-law knew that her father-in-law went out to find a prostitute. This was a bit awkward. "Uncle Yang, hello." However, Lan Ling acted as if she didn't know anything. She walked over and greeted Yang Dehai politely. "Hello." Yang Dehai knew that Lan Ling was giving him face, so he didn't mention the previous matter. "Ling Ling, right? I always heard Big Ming mention you. Come upstairs and sit at home. Let's go, Ling Ling. Let's go upstairs together." Yang Ming nodded and smiled. The previous matter was just a small episode. Yang Ming wasn't going to pursue it. Back at home, Yang Ming saw that his mother was cooking. He took Lan Ling directly to the kitchen. "Mom, I'm back." When Yang Ming entered the kitchen, he saw his mother's sullen face. She seemed to be very angry. He was stunned. Mother Yang didn't expect Yang Ming to come back at this time. She was stunned. She turned her head and saw her son. There was a beautiful girl beside her son. Mother Yang's face suddenly changed into a smile. Big Ming, why are you back? Mom, this is Lan Ling. She just came back today. I brought her to see you and Dad. Yang Ming introduced Lan Ling to his mother. But in his heart, he felt a bit strange about the anger on his mother's face. Did Mom know about Dad's matter? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Ming suddenly felt that his guess should be not far from the truth. His mother was also a sensitive person. She should have noticed that something was wrong with his father. Originally, she might have been waiting for her father to come back so that she could have a showdown with him, but Yang Ming's sudden return disrupted her plans. Lan Ling, what a beautiful little girl. Mother Yang smiled as she looked at Lan Ling. The more she looked, the more she liked her. The women around her son were all top-notch beauties. In the future, the Yang family won't be lonely anymore. Just thinking about what Yang Dahai did before, Mother Yang's mood became gloomy again. Could it be that Yang Ming's philandering problem was inherited from Yang Dahai? However, what made Mother Yang a little annoyed was that you, Yang Dahai, are really capable now. If you want to keep a mistress, shouldn't you at least keep a good and sensible one? You can't find a shrew, right? Look at the girls around my son. They all love and help each other. They are not jealous of each other at all. They live together peacefully. This is what it means to be capable. You, Yang Dahai, can't even handle one, and you still want to learn from your son? Auntie, you're very pretty too. I thought you were Yang Ming's sister. You're so young. Lan Ling also said with a smile. However, what she said wasn't all flattery. Mother Yang was indeed a lot younger recently. The Yang family was now rich, so Mother Yang didn't have to worry about the family's livelihood. When she was free, she would go to the beauty salon. With this, she looked younger by many years. Now, she looked like she was in her early 30s. Mother Yang was originally a natural beauty. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't be so handsome. So, what Lan Ling said was also a fact. Ling Ling really knows how to talk. Big Ming, you take Ling Ling to visit the house first. I'm cooking. Don't let the oil and fumes on you all. Let's eat at home later. Mother Yang could only suppress the anger in her heart. She was going to wait for her son and daughter-in-law to leave before she settled the account with Yang Dahai. Otherwise, if Yang Ming and Lan Ling heard it, it would not only increase their troubles, but also make them laugh. Okay, I know. I will take her to see my previous room. Yang Ming nodded. Then, he took Lan Ling's hand and went into the house first. After Yang Ming and Lan Ling went out, Mother Yang sighed. Yang Ming and Lan Ling went out of the house. Yang Ming took Lan Ling into his own room. Ling Ling, you look at my room first. I will go to the kitchen to see my mom. She seems to know about my dad's matter. Yang Ming hesitated and said to Lan Ling Yang Ming saw the anger on his mother's face before. Yang Ming knew that this matter couldn't be hidden anymore. So, in order to not increase the family's conflict, Yang Ming decided to take the initiative to talk to his mother about this matter. He wanted to let his mother untie the knot in her heart so that this matter wouldn't spread. Lan Ling didn't notice so much before. The first time she went to Yang Ming's house, she felt like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. So, even the sixth sense that Lan Ling was most proud of failed at this moment. Lan Ling was in a state of nervousness. She didn't have the mood to look at other things. At this moment, when she heard Yang Ming say this, Lan Ling was shocked. She was so happy that she wanted to visit the room with Yang Ming, but she quickly said to Yang Ming, "Then you go quickly. Don't worry about me. I will sit in the room for a while. Then you call Ming Yin and tell them that we have returned to Songjiang City safely, so that they won't be worried." Yang Ming told Lan Ling. He was happy to see Lan Ling and Chun Ming Yin get closer. "Okay, I got it. I will call Sister Ming Yin now." Lan Ling nodded and took out her phone as she spoke. Yang Ming didn't stay. He quickly walked out of the room and went to the kitchen. Although he also wanted to hear what Lan Ling and Chun Ming Yin would say, it was obviously more important to solve the family conflict now. Yang Ming didn't want his parents to quarrel because of this matter just after he left. Then, Yang Ming wouldn't be able to leave peacefully. When he came to the kitchen, Yang Ming saw that his mother's face was still very gloomy. However, he thought that it was because he and Lan Ling were here, so his mother didn't get angry with his father. Instead, she had been enduring. Yang Ming smiled slightly and walked quickly to his mother's side. He pulled his mother's arm and said with a smile, "Mom, what's wrong with you? Why do you look unhappy? Are you blaming me for bringing back a daughter-in-law that you don't like?" Mother Yang was stunned. She didn't expect her son to come back. When she heard her son say this, she was shocked. She thought that Lan Ling was also with her son. Then, her son's question was somewhat inappropriate. Chapter 1988. Wasn't it obvious that she had a problem with Lan Ling? If Lan Ling heard this, she would think that this old lady was prejudiced. Mother Yang was really fair to the girls around Yang Ming. She loved each of them. Of course, these girls were also excellent. Each of them was a first-class beauty. Mother Yang couldn't be biased. Wouldn't that increase the family conflict for her son? Therefore, no matter which of Yang Ming's girlfriends, Mother Yang showed the same love and enthusiasm. She never gave special treatment to any of them. Even Chen Mingyan, whom she knew the earliest, when she, Lin Jiun, and Zhou Jiejia came together, Mother Yang treated them equally. She didn't give special treatment to Chen Mingyan because she knew Chen Mingyan before. How can I not like them? I like them very much. Ling Ling is such a cute child. Mother Yang said quickly. If you don't like them, why do you have such a sullen expression? Yang Ming asked with a smile. How am I unhappy? Mother Yang was surprised. Could it be that her son saw something wrong? But on the surface, she said calmly, Son, why do you ask this? Mom, your unhappiness is written on your face. When I came back, your face was gloomy. Just now, when I came to the kitchen again, your face was still gloomy. Mom, are you hiding something from me? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Big Ming, you go and accompany Ling Ling. I'm not unhappy. Mother Yang smiled and looked at Yang Ming and said, There's nothing for you to do here. Okay, you go and do your things. Mom is going to cook. Seeing that his mother wasn't willing to admit it, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. In this case, Yang Ming could only take the initiative to mention this matter. Mom, tell me the truth. Are you unhappy and angry because of my dad? Mother Yang's face changed slightly, but she still shook her head and said, Big Ming, what happened to you today? Why are you acting weird? What happened to your father? Because my dad found a woman outside? Yang Ming did not answer his mother's question. Instead, he asked directly, Big Ming, you know everything? Mother Yang was surprised as she looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. She didn't expect him to know everything. Mom, are you unhappy because of this? Yang Ming moved a chair and sat next to his mother. He looked like he wanted to have a long talk with his mother. Sigh, Big Ming, you've grown up. These things can't be hidden from you. Mother Yang sighed and put down the chopping board in her hand. She sat on the side and said to Yang Ming, Big Ming, your father did find a woman outside. Tell me, do men turn bad when they have money? Why do you say that? Yang Ming smiled and asked. Look at your father. He used to be such an honest person, pedantic and inflexible. But now, after becoming the chairman, he has to entertain more people and his mind is more flexible. Mother Yang sighed. I also know that with his status, it's understandable for him to play tricks outside. I can accept it. After all, we are an old couple. Our son is so big. What else can I complain about? As long as your father doesn't go too far, I can tolerate it. But Big Ming, look at it. I don't know where your father found a vixen. She came to our door to ask for money. How can we live like this? How suffocating is this? How can there be a mistress like her? How can she be so righteous? Mom, I think you misunderstood. Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand and said, Mom, in fact, the relationship between Dad and that woman is not what you think. That woman is just a prostitute. Prostitute? Your father found a prostitute as a mistress? Isn't this too outrageous? When Mother Yang heard Yang Ming's words, she felt even angrier. What kind of level is this? Mom, don't get too excited. Listen to me slowly explain the whole story to you. Yang Ming signaled his mother not to be impulsive and said slowly to her, "Oh, Big Ming, looking at you, it seems like you know everything. What's going on?" Mother Yang looked at Yang Ming and asked curiously, "Of course I know, because I just went home with Ling Ling. I also saw that woman asking my father for money. I also figured out the whole story," Yang Ming said with a smile. Yang Dahai is so shameless. He actually let his son and daughter-in-law see this kind of thing. He really doesn't find it ugly. Mother Yang was stunned and then complained. When Mother Yang saw Yang Dahai and Yang Ming coming back together, she didn't think too much about it. She thought that Yang Dahai had sent money to the woman and met her son when he came back. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Her son was on the side and saw this scene. "Mom, in fact, it's nothing. Fortunately, I bumped into it. Otherwise, I don't know how to solve it," Yang Ming said indifferently. "Moreover, this matter can't be blamed on my father. After all, my father is also a victim." "Your father is a victim? How did he become a victim? Is it reasonable for him to indulge in debauchery outside?" Mother Yang snorted and asked. But in her heart, she had almost accepted Yang Ming's statement. There should be some hidden facts in this. "Indeed, my father is a victim." Yang Ming nodded and said, "This matter is very simple. My father went out to discuss business with others. In order to please my father, the others ordered a prostitute for my father. My father drank too much, and some things happened." What drank too much? I think he wanted to do it himself, right?" Mother Yang interrupted with dissatisfaction. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and continued. "Then the prostitute saw the business card in my father's pocket. She found out that my father was a big boss, so she had an idea. She wanted my father to support her and buy her a luxury car and a mansion. So she used her mobile phone to take a few photos and videos of her and my father doing it. She used this to blackmail my father into giving her money. That's it." After Mother Yang listened to Yang Ming's words, she found that things didn't seem to be what she imagined. If it was only like this, then Mother Yang could still understand. That's it. In fact, the inside story is very simple. It was just a greedy prostitute. My father was afraid that the prostitute would release the photos and videos, so he could only compromise and give her money twice. Yang Ming said, "But since I encountered it, naturally, I helped my father solve it." "You helped him solve it?" Mother Yang was stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. She didn't understand how Yang Ming solved this matter. If you want to talk about solving it, shouldn't it be Yang Dahai who solved it himself? Chapter 1989. "Yeah, I helped Dad solve it." Yang Ming smiled bitterly and told his mother about the incident. His mother also knew about Bao Sanli's matter. His mother worked in the property company under Ming Yang. The direct leader was naturally Bao Sanli. Although Bao Sanli never dared to pretend to be a leader in front of Mother Yang, his mother still called him President Bao when she saw him. However, Bao Sanli didn't dare to be arrogant. He called Mother Yang Annie. These seniority couldn't be confused. Although Bao Sanli was a big brute, he wasn't stupid. This Yang Dahai, let's see if he dares to socialize outside in the future. I think this is a good thing. He should learn a lesson. Mother Yang listened to the incident and knew that Yang Dahai wasn't looking for a lover. Naturally, she was relieved. It was just a lady. Yang Dahai was just drunk. It wasn't a big deal. As long as he didn't have a change of heart, then it was fine. Seeing his mother say this, Yang Ming naturally knew that his mother had forgiven his father, so he smiled and said, "Mom, my dad told me before that he had learned a lesson. He won't do it again. Moreover, he didn't want to have a lover. He said that he is a very loyal person, different from me. You child, what should I say about you?" Mother Yang hoped that her husband was a loyal person, but she didn't want her son to be loyal. This was the so-called unfair ambivalence. But since the matter had been resolved, Mother Yang naturally wouldn't have anything to worry about. She happily cooked again. Yang Ming was relieved. Fortunately, this matter was resolved by him in time. This matter seemed to be nothing now. It was just a small matter, but if it continued to develop, it would be an extremely serious matter. If his father met Xiao Wei's conditions and gave her money again and again, then his mother was bound to be more suspicious. Once the matter had passed for a long time, then even if his father explained, it would be difficult for him to defend himself. Moreover, what worried Yangming the most was that his father kept giving money to Xiao Wei. He was afraid that his father would have more and more contact with Xiao Wei. When the two people really came together again, it would be even more dangerous. At that time, once the matter blew up, it would be a big deal. It could be seen that Xiao Wei was a very greedy person. To her, desire was endless. Once she was unwilling to just be her father's lover, she would stand up and destroy her family, forcing her father to make a choice. Even if his father didn't want a divorce, his mother, who was blinded by anger, would definitely choose to divorce. In that case, the matter would be blown out of proportion, and this family would basically come to an end. How could Yang Ming let this happen? Fortunately, it was stopped in time. Otherwise, when Yang Ming left Songjiang City to perform a mission, there would be no one at home who could reconcile with his parents. By then, divorce would be inevitable. Just thinking about it made Yang Ming feel scared. How lucky. Of course, Yang Ming wouldn't say these words to his parents. After all, the matter had been resolved. There was no need to be alarmist. Well, Mama's going to cook. You go and play with Ling Ling. Mother Yang was in a good mood, so she asked Yang Ming to leave. That's fine. Then I will go out first. Yang Ming nodded with a smile and walked out of the kitchen. Yang Ming walked out of the kitchen, but he saw his father standing at the door of the kitchen. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Yang Dehai had already given him a thumbs up. Good son. Yang Dehai patted Yang Ming's shoulder. For Yang Ming's previous words, Yang Dehai was very pleased. If it weren't for Yang Ming's explanation, Yang Dehai really didn't know how to explain it to his wife. After all, some words were said by his own mouth. Mother Yang wouldn't necessarily believe it. But when it was said by Yang Ming's mouth, it was naturally different. A son couldn't lie to his mother, right? A son should be fair to his parents. Naturally, he would hold a fair attitude to look at the problem. Sure enough, Yang Ming easily solved the contradiction between the husband and wife. This made Yang Dehai very happy. In this way, Yang Dehai saved a lot of time and words to explain these things. Dad, if you don't have this idea, you can't settle the relationship. You should be more careful in the future. Yang Ming also nodded and said seriously, After all, I can help you once, but I can't always help you in the future, right? Yes, that's right. Yang Dehai also nodded solemnly and said, Don't worry. I won't mess up these things in the future. Go ahead and coax my mother. I have explained the matter clearly, but my mother will inevitably have some resentment. This depends on your means, Yang Ming said with a smile. At night, with a little more effort, it will definitely be settled. You brat. Yang Dehai was slightly stunned and understood the meaning of Yang Ming. He was so angry that he scolded him. Yang Ming went back to the room to find Lan Ling, and Yang Dehai tiptoed into the kitchen. When Mother Yang saw Yang Dehai come in, the smile on her face immediately disappeared. She looked at Yang Dehai with deep hatred. Why did you come in? I thought you wouldn't come back. How can you say this? How can I not come back? Yang Dehai was stunned and smiled awkwardly. Didn't you buy a house outside and have a mistress? Mother Yang said coldly. Yang Dehai was even more stunned. Why? Didn't Yang Ming explain it clearly before? How come in the blink of an eye, they are at odds with each other? Yang Dehai looked at Mother Yang awkwardly and said carefully, Wife, just now. Big Ming, didn't I tell you? I didn't have a mistress, but I did something wrong after drinking. I was cheated by others. Mother Yang looked at Yang Dehai's careful look and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Big Ming, he betrayed me in the blink of an eye and actually told you? I was still thinking of scaring you. Don't scare me. Wife, you know that I'm already so old. I can't be scared. Yang Dehai saw Mother Yang's appearance and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Mother Yang deliberately pretended to be like this. It scared him. He thought that Mother Yang changed her mind before. But I have to say this. This is the last time. Next time, I will definitely divorce you. After I divorce, I will move to my son's house. You could be whatever boss you want. I don't care. Mother Yang was now confident. Her son was a bigger rich man, and her daughters-in-law were filial. Why should she be bullied at home? Chapter 1990. You can't. You can't. Yang Dahai waved his hand again and again. You know our son's situation. If you go, won't you be disturbing their young love? Don't go and cause trouble. Isn't that dependent on your performance? Mother Yang snorted. It depends on my performance. Yang Dahai said quickly, Wife, I miss you. After our son and daughter-in-law leave, let's take a bath together? Mother Yang's face turned red and glared at Yang Dahai. Nonsense. What are you talking about? Aren't you shy? Let's talk about it after our son leaves. In fact, Mother Yang was also interested because of Yang Dahai. After listening to him, she also had some thoughts. However, because her son and daughter-in-law were here, she naturally wouldn't do anything. We are an old couple. What is there to be shy about? Right, this is the idea that our son gave me. Yang Dahai smiled proudly. Son, how is it possible? How can he say this to you? Don't accuse him wrongly. Mother Yang glared at Yang Dahai and said, How am I wrongly accusing? Our son is so big, and he has so many girlfriends. Isn't he clearer than you and me about these things? Yang Dahai said with a glare. Don't always treat him as a child. That's right. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Mother Yang sighed and nodded. That's right. Our son is so big. He is about to perform a mission, but in my eyes, he is still a child. He grew so big in the blink of an eye. Time really flies. Yang Dahai also said with emotion, In my impression, our son is still a junior high school student. He fights all day long and doesn't learn well. But all of a sudden, the change is so big. It's really hard to imagine. At that time, I thought that our son wouldn't have any future after he grew up, but now, with my son, I knew it. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Mother Yang snorted and said proudly, At that time, he was too young and didn't understand. Now that he has grown up, you see how much Big Ming has changed in this year? That is all thanks to Meng Yan. I heard from Yang Ming that if it wasn't for Meng Yan encouraging him and helping him with tutoring, would he be where he is today? This child was hurt because of his relationship. Thanks to Meng Yan's care, otherwise, he would probably be the same as before. Yang Dahai thought of the past with bitterness. Isn't that Su Haikwa snobbish? By the way, I don't know. How is the matter between our son and that Suya? Mother Yang remembered this and asked quickly. They seem to have reconciled long ago, right? Haha. Now that he sent his daughter over, he can only be a concubine. If he didn't play so many tricks, Big Ming and Suya might be engaged. Don't say that. Suya is innocent. Her father is snobbish. Mother Yang waved her hand and said, We are parents-in-law. We must be fair. We must not favor one and discriminate against the other. If so, it will be a complete mess. Speaking of this, Yang Dahai also nodded in agreement. You are right. We could talk about this in private. If it is in front of the child, you must not say it. Do you know? Okay, you go out quickly. I want to cook. Mother Yang waved her hand and signaled that Yang Dahai could go out. She wanted to cook. However, Yang Dahai didn't go out. He smiled and took an apron and put it on himself. I will help you cook. Today is the first time Big Ming brought Ling Ling to our house. We have to make it more sumptuous. You know how to cook? Mother Yang looked at Yang Dahai in disbelief. Aren't you underestimating me? In the past few years, didn't I often cook? Yang Dahai smiled. But after you became the chairman, when did you cook? Mother Yang asked. Wasn't that because I was busy? Yang Dahai scratched his head and said, Busy? Busy going to the bath center to find a prostitute? Mother Yang glared at him. Ugh, why do you still mention this? Isn't this matter over? I also admitted my mistake. Yang Dahai said carefully, This matter is over, but I must always remind you so that you won't make the same mistake again. Mother Yang said seriously. Yang Dahai smiled helplessly. It could be seen that his life in the future wouldn't be easy. Yang Dahai sighed. He really admired his son now. So many women around him. How did he deal with them? Especially among these women. How could they get along so well with each other? This was really a miracle. However, thinking about it was just thinking about it. Yang Dahai knew that he didn't have that kind of ability. In this life, he was already very satisfied to be with Mother Yang. As for the other messy things, he didn't dare to do it anymore. This time, he was almost finished. If it weren't for his son, things would obviously go in a very bad direction. Thinking of this, Yang Dahai quickly focused on helping Mother Yang. In fact, Mother Yang had already forgiven Yang Dahai in her heart, but she always reminded him so that he would remember. Mother Yang wasn't an unreasonable person. If everything Yang Dahai had now was made by Yang Dahai himself, then Mother Yang would pretend that she didn't see when Yang Dahai occasionally cheated. After all, a successful man would always have some moments when he acted according to the circumstances. This was also a matter of face. Many bosses would travel with their mistresses when they talked about business. This had become a phenomenon. If you didn't bring your mistress, it would seem that you couldn't do it. So, Mother Yang didn't have any special resistance to this. But now the key problem was that everything that Yang Dahai had wasn't made by him, but built by Yang Ming. These are all things that Yang Ming gave him. How could Yang Dahai dare to put on a facade? This wasn't made by his hard work. Moreover, when Yang Dahai talked about business, it was now a completely one-sided situation. They were all asking Yang Dahai to do things, not Yang Dahai asking them to do things. Ming Yang Heavy Industries' orders were overwhelming. Mother Yang was clear about this. What's more, Yang Dahai had a relationship with Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan in Songjiang City, who dared to not give him face and force him to do something. Chapter 1991. In the face of international orders, it was even more so. The relationship between Yang Dahai and Old Buffon was very good. No one would force Yang Dahai to do anything. Therefore, Mother Yang would always spur Yang Dahai to not let his guard down. The two people were busy in the kitchen. On the other side, Yang Ming and Lan Ling visited Yang Ming's bedroom. Did you call Ming Yin and the others? Yang Ming asked Lan Ling after returning to the room. And I called them. I told them that I was at your house. Lan Ling nodded and said, "Oh, what did they say?" asked Yang Ming. I asked them to come over, but they said they wouldn't come over. Said Lan Ling, they didn't want to disturb us. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Little Ling Ling, my parents are busy cooking in the kitchen. Should we do something first? Yang Ming hadn't seen Lan Ling for half a year. He missed her very much. Previously, he couldn't be too close to her outside, but now at home, he didn't have so many scruples. Lan Ling was also a bold person. Her character was like this. She hadn't seen Yang Ming for a long time. Previously, it was not good to express her love outside, but now she didn't have any scruples. Therefore, after hearing Yang Ming's words, Lan Ling naturally hugged Yang Ming. Her eyes became a little blurred. Yang Ming, love me. Lan Ling was quickly moved. She was panting. It could be said that the fire of desire was ignited in an instant. Yang Ming saw Lan Ling's situation. She seemed to be more anxious than him. He suddenly felt a little funny in his heart. Among his women, Lan Ling was the boldest. Although Sun Jie was bold, it was a fake bold. She only talked about it, but when it came to the actual situation, she began to be shy. But Lan Ling was different. This little lowly had always been so bold and passionate. From the beginning until now, she had been like this. Perhaps it was because Lan Ling's perception was different from others since she was young. In Lan Ling's mind, she would only have one man in her life. Therefore, when facing this man, she would unreservedly give herself to him. Moreover, Lan Ling was very grateful to Yang Ming. If the person she met back then wasn't Yang Ming, but someone else, Lan Ling's life would probably be very tragic. If the person who took away Lan Ling's first time forgot Lan Ling after leaving and didn't fall in love with Lan Ling, then the heart voodoo would be the time of his death, and Lan Ling was destined to be alone for the rest of her life. Moreover, if she was forced to have sex with another man, then Lan Ling was destined to die. One could imagine how tragic it would be. However, the appearance of Yang Ming changed everything. Not only did Yang Ming fall in love with her, he even brought her back to Songjiang City. Therefore, Lan Ling's love for Yang Ming could be said to be unreserved. It was also because she could only love Yang Ming and had no other choice. Therefore, Lan Ling's love was very thorough. From the beginning, it was like this, and it was still like this now. Feeling Lan Ling's enthusiasm, Yang Ming also responded enthusiastically. Soon, the two people were entangled together. Everything in the outside world was left behind. Yang Dehai and Mother Yang prepared the meal and were ready to call Yang Ming and Lan Ling to eat. When they walked to the door of Yang Ming's room, they heard a strange sound coming from inside. Yang Dehai and Mother Yang couldn't help but be stunned. They listened carefully to the sound, but it was the sound of delicate breathing. Yang Dehai and Mother Yang were both experienced people. Naturally, they knew where this sound came from. The two people suddenly looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that their son and Lan Ling hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was reasonable for them to be entangled together as soon as they met. It seems that they won't come out for a while. Wife, why don't we rest for a while? Yang Dehai had thought about it before. Now that he saw his son and daughter-in-law like this, he didn't want to disturb them. Naturally, his mind was active again. Now, it's not very good, right? Although Mother Yang also thought about it. After all, it was broad daylight. Her son and daughter-in-law were both here. How could they go into the room to do anything? It's okay. Our son is strong. It won't be finished in a short time. The two of you just met. It is estimated that it will be night when we come out. Let's go. Let's go back to the room. Yang Dehai pushed Mother Yang in the direction of the bedroom, without any explanation. Mother Yang was a little shy and rolled her eyes at Yang Dehai. She didn't refuse and walked in the direction of the bedroom with Yang Dehai, Yang Ming, and Lan Ling. The two people deliberately restrained their thoughts of each other. After the romantic night, they quickly cleaned up. I'm really sorry to let Uncle and Auntie wait for a long time. Lan Ling was a little embarrassed as she tidied up her clothes and said to Yang Ming, It can't be helped. Who let the two of us not see each other for so long? They should understand. Yang Ming also said with a dry smile. The two people put on their clothes and tiptoed out of the room, but they found that the living room became quiet as if there was no one. Hey, where did Uncle and Auntie go? Did they go out? Lan Ling was stunned and found that there was no one in the living room. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Could it be that Uncle and Auntie are angry because they waited for us for too long? Yang Ming waved his hand, but made a silent gesture to Lan Ling. What's wrong? Lan Ling asked, puzzled. Listen carefully. Lan Ling pointed to the direction of her parents' bedroom and said to Lan Ling with a strange expression. Lan Ling pricked up her ears and heard a faint sound from Yang Ming's parents' bedroom. Lan Ling was too familiar with this sound. When she was with Yang Ming previously, she also made this sound. Therefore, Lan Ling suddenly blushed. Although she was bold, she was only bold in front of Yang Ming. Now that she saw Yang Ming's parents doing this kind of thing, she was naturally a little uncomfortable. She whispered, Why don't we go back? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and nodded. He said, That's the only way. It seems that this is an opportunity created by my parents for us. Lan Ling was naturally happy to be able to continue doing what she liked with Yang Ming. She smiled and went into the room with Yang Ming and closed the door. All of a sudden, it was nighttime. Until Yang Ming and Lan Ling were hungry, the two got up and prepared to go to the living room to eat. The two of them put on their clothes together. Yang Ming picked up the wet sheets on the bed and smiled bitterly. Why haven't you changed this habit? It's like it's raining. Why? Don't you like it? Lan Ling asked with a smile. I like it. Yang Ming touched his nose and shook his head. Chapter 1992. This time, when Lan Ling and Yang Ming returned to the living room, Yang Dehai and Mother Yang had already come out of the room and were watching TV in the living room. Seeing Yang Ming and Lan Ling come out together, Yang Dahai suddenly smiled bitterly. Yang Ming, you slept for too long, right? It's already nighttime. Your mother and I are waiting for you to eat. Hee hee, we came out before, but when we saw that you were resting, we went back to sleep. Yang Ming said with a smile. Ugh. Yang Dahai was slightly stunned. He knew what his son meant. Did they come out halfway? Yang Dahai thought that Yang Ming didn't know about the matter between him and Mother Yang, so he wanted to make fun of his son. But now it seemed that everyone was in the same boat. As for the so-called sleep and rest, everyone knew. You old man, what nonsense are you talking about? Mother Yang glanced at Yang Dahai and laughed in her heart. Who asked you to be a busybody? Isn't this good? Am I also being insinuated by others? Yang Dahai laughed and greeted Yang Ming and Lan Ling. Come over quickly. Let's eat. It has already been prepared. Fortunately, there are more cold dishes. There are only a few hot dishes, so it's enough to heat them up. Yang Ming took Lan Ling's hand and sat at the dining table. Lan Ling was embarrassed to wait for the food, so she stood up and said to Mother Yang, Auntie, should I help you get the rice? No need. You just sit down. It's your first time coming here. How can I let you be busy? Mother Yang smiled and waved her hand. She said to Lan Ling, Right? Why are you still calling me Auntie? Meng Yin and the others have changed their way of calling me. Mom. Lan Ling was a little embarrassed, but she still called out these two words from the bottom of her heart. When she was very young, Lan Ling's mother left her, so Lan Ling lacked motherly love. Now that she had a mother, she was naturally very happy. Good child. Let's eat first. Mom will give you a red packet later. Mother Yang had gained another daughter-in-law, so she happily invited Lan Ling to eat. During this meal, they basically talked about domestic matters. Mother Yang and Yang Ming mainly asked about the process of how Yang Ming and Lan Ling met. They heard that the two people met in Yunnan and confirmed their relationship in Yunnan. This made Mother Yang very surprised. It seemed that this daughter-in-law met even earlier than Chun Meng Yin. Speaking of which, excluding Lin Jiyun's mistake, Lan Ling was the first daughter-in-law of the Yang family. Thinking of this, Mother Yang wanted to give Lan Ling a super big red packet. After all, Lan Ling was the first girl to be in a relationship with Yang Ming. Naturally, the significance was different. However, seeing Lan Ling's character of not fighting for anything and even calling Chun Mingyan elder sister, this made Mother Yang very happy. What she was most afraid and worried about was the battle between the daughters-in-law. After all, if there were many daughters-in-law, it was possible to have unhappiness. If Lan Ling was arrogant because she was the first to establish a relationship with Yang Ming, it would really make things difficult for Mother Yang. But now it seemed that Lan Ling was an understanding girl. She never fought for anything. This made Mother Yang very relieved. Ling Ling, your character is really good. It is Big Ming's blessing to be able to find you. Mother Yang said sincerely. Mom, you are overpraising me. Actually, my character isn't that good. I also like to be spoiled. Lan Ling said embarrassedly. It's okay to be spoiled. This is a good thing. Mother Yang said with a smile. As long as you don't quarrel with others, it's fine. I won't. Sister Meng Yin is very good to me. This time, I came back because she sent me a message telling me that Yang Ming was going to leave soon. So, I rushed back to take a look. Lan Ling said, That's good. Right. What are you busy with in your hometown in Yunnan? Can't you move back? Mother Yang was a little worried that Lan Ling couldn't come back to live. She hoped that Lan Ling could come back to live. Lan Ling didn't know if she should tell Yang Dahai and Mother Yang about her matters. It was reasonable to say that she shouldn't hide anything, but Lan Ling also knew that these things were a bit strange. She was afraid that Yang Dahai and Mother Yang would be worried, so she looked at Yang Ming for help. Dad, Mom, in fact, Lan Ling staying in Yunnan has something to do with the mission that I am about to perform. I still need Lan Ling's help when I go to perform the mission. After all, she is more familiar with that place than me. Yang Ming said vaguely and roughly explained the matter to his parents. It turned out to be like this. When she heard that it was about the success or failure of Yang Ming's mission, Mother Yang immediately stopped saying anything. After all, this was related to Yang Ming's safety in the future. She naturally wouldn't say anything more. Then, I really need to rely on Ling Ling. This meal was pleasant and harmonious. After the meal, although Yang Dehai and Mother Yang were reluctant to let Yang Ming and Lan Ling leave, they also knew that Yang Ming would embark on a journey tomorrow. Tonight, he would definitely have to spend more time with Chen Mingyin and the others. Yang Ming had already eaten dinner here, so they didn't ask him to stay. After sending Yang Ming and Lan Ling to the door, Yang Ming was also somewhat reluctant. After all, facing his parents, Yang Ming didn't know if this was the last time he would see them. Tomorrow's road would be difficult and unknown, of course. Yang Ming's mood couldn't be said. He was afraid that his parents would be worried. Yang Ming could only try to make himself smile at the moment. Dad, Mom, I will go back with Ling Ling. I will leave directly tomorrow and won't come back. Wait for my triumphant return. Yang Ming waved to his parents and said solemnly, Good son, Mom and Dad will wait for the news of your victory. Yang Dehai also solemnly waved to his son. Although his mood was very heavy at the moment, he was very proud. He was proud of Yang Ming. What his son was going to do was an indomitable thing, so Yang Dehai was worried, but he was more gratified. From childhood, Yang Dehai's policy of teaching Yang Ming was to be a useful person. Now, Yang Ming did it. Yang Ming nodded. He held Lan Ling's hand and went downstairs. Yang Dehai waited for Yang Ming to go out of the door of the unit. Then he returned to the balcony and continued to look at Yang Ming downstairs. Dad, you should go back. Yang Ming looked at the balcony. His father was already a little old with some gray hair. For a moment, he was filled with emotions. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was in junior high school and high school. Every morning when he went to school, his father would look at him from the balcony upstairs until he walked out of the door of the community, went to the bus station, or rode a bicycle in the direction of the school. Chapter 1993. At that time, Yang Ming didn't understand his father's feelings. He thought that his father was watching him from the balcony because he was afraid that he would skip class and not go to school. But now, Yang Ming understood his father's feelings. This was his father's care and love for him. He watched himself grow up step by step, and his father was aging little by little. This process lasted for 6 or 7 years until Yang Ming graduated from high school and was admitted to university. Looking back, Yang Ming remembered his father's eager eyes. At this moment, Yang Ming burst into tears. Memories always make people full of ups and downs. When he saw his father's eager eyes again, Yang Ming clenched his fists. This time, I must come back safely. Not for anything else, but for my father's expectations of me. Yang Ming waved to his father, Dad, you go back. You get in the car. I will look again. Yang Dehai smiled and waved to his son. This scene had been repeated thousands of times. In the past, Yang Ming always impatiently urged his father to go back quickly, or pretended not to see and rode away in a fit of pique. But at this moment, Yang Ming felt very warm and happy. That was the person who really cared and loved him. Yang Ming sighed slightly. He took Lan Ling's hand, got in the car, and slowly drove out of the community. Yang Dehai on the balcony had a gratified smile on his face. Seeing that his son had finally become a useful person to society, he felt very happy. Old Yang, what are you looking at? Big Ming doesn't like you monitoring him on the balcony? Mother Yang was cleaning the floor. When she saw Yang Dehai standing on the balcony, she yelled at him. Hee. Yang Dehai smiled slightly. My son is grown up now. How can I not like it? In the blink of an eye, I finally don't have to worry about this kid. Yeah, Big Ming has really grown up. What I'm thinking now is, when can I hold my grandchildren? Mother Yang smiled longingly and said, Everyone says that it's not good to have only one child. The child born now won't have any companions, not even cousins. But our family is different. When the time comes, we will have a bunch of grandchildren. With so many brothers and sisters, we could form a football team. Hee, that's great. I will open my own kindergarten. I will be the head of the kindergarten. I won't be this broken chairman anymore. I don't want to fall into the peach trap again. Yang Dehai said sincerely. I am the director. You are at most the deputy director. Mother Yang waved her hand and said, Haha, all right, I'm the deputy. Yang Dehai also laughed. On the road, Yang Ming drove with Lan Ling, but his heart was heavy. Yang Ming, what's wrong? Lan Ling also felt that something was wrong with Yang Ming, so she asked carefully, I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm a little worried about my parents. I don't know when I will come back again. I don't know if I can come back. Yang Ming sighed and said. Lan Ling reached out and held Yang Ming's right hand that wasn't holding the steering wheel. She said, although Elder Yu is powerful, I believe that if we work together, we can defeat him. Yeah, I should have confidence. Yang Ming nodded and said, at least you still have parents to think about, but Lan Ling sighed. Yang Ming suddenly thought of Lan Ling's tragic life. Indeed, Lan Ling was more pitiful than him. She lost her mother when she was young. Although she had a father, it was as if she didn't have one. Her father sold her to a bathing center. She didn't need this kind of father. My parents will be your parents in the future. Yang Ming sighed and said, yeah, that's what I think, so I'm very happy today. Not only do I have parents, but I also have godparents. Lan Ling said with a smile, so I'm no longer lonely. Yang Ming also laughed. However, for this trip to Yunnan, Yang Ming was more confident. The car slowly drove into the Huashan district. This was Lan Ling's first time coming to Yang Ming's villa. Lan Ling was not very surprised about the mansion in front of her. After all, she knew that Yang Ming had magical abilities, so earning money was not a difficult thing for Yang Ming at all. However, Lan Ling was still a little nervous about meeting Chun Mingyan. The first time Lan Ling and Chun Mingyan met, it wasn't very pleasant. The two people only met once in school. They didn't even speak. After that, Lan Ling also left and went to Yunnan to study voodoo. After this unpleasant meeting, Lan Ling also thought about how to get along with Chun Mingyan in the future. However, she didn't expect that it was Chun Mingyan who took the initiative to contact Lan Ling and ask Lan Ling to come back. This made Lan Ling happy, but at the same time, she also had a very unreal feeling. Yang Ming parked the car at the door of the villa. He pulled Lan Ling's hand and got off the car. Then, he pressed the villa's doorbell. After a while, Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiajia, and Lin Jiyun came out together. When they saw the delicate, cute, and petite Lan Ling, Chen Mingyan and the other two people couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Mingyan quickly opened the door and reached out to pinch Lan Ling's face. Chen Mingyan's action shocked Lan Ling. She thought that she was going to slap her. Fortunately, she didn't. Wow, Sister Ling Ling, you are so cute. Chen Mingyan touched Lan Ling's beautiful face. She was somewhat envious. Why do you still look like a lowly? I have become old, but you still look the same as before. Lan Ling breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Chen Mingyan is praising me. I'm different from others. In the future, I will probably stay at this age for the rest of my life. As Lan Ling said this, she was somewhat distressed. How can I be a mother in the future? Chen Mingyan was stunned. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiajia were also stunned. They looked at Lan Ling in disbelief. Why? Lan Ling will stay at this age forever? How is this possible? However, it seemed that Lan Ling couldn't possibly lie because this matter didn't need a lie. What happened? Even Yang Ming was stunned. He looked at Lan Ling strangely and asked, when the voodoo in my body takes effect, it will begin to suppress the continued growth of my body. Fortunately, I have fully developed. Otherwise, I won't be able to give birth in the future. That would be bad. Lan Ling said with a smile. Voodoo attack. Yang Ming frowned. You mean, from the first time we had sex, this voodoo started to take effect? And that's it. Lan Ling nodded. Chapter 1994. Then you will always look 16 years old in the future. Chen Mingyan really wanted to strangle Lan Ling at this moment. If this continued, Yang Ming's interest would stay on Lan Ling in a few years. It should be Yang Ming too, said Lan Ling. Ah, me too. Yang Ming pointed at himself and asked incredulously, really? I seem to have grown up a little, right? Have I become more mature? Oh, you are tanned. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming carefully and came to such a conclusion. Then what should we do? Chen Mingyan was a little crazy. Lan Ling is too lucky, right? Moreover, Yang Ming is so young. After a few years, wouldn't I, Jia and Sister Lin become Lan Ling and Yang Ming's sisters, or even aunts? Lan Ling smiled and didn't say anything. I don't want to be old. Yang Ming, Ling, quickly think of a way. Chen Mingyan thought about the future and felt scared. Voodoo is contagious. Lan Ling finally solved the mystery. Contagious? Chen Mingyan was stunned. How is it contagious? Through blood? Chen Mingyan couldn't be blamed for thinking so. In her understanding, voodoo and bacteria should be similar. It should be transmitted through blood. Sister Mingyan, you are already infected. Lan Ling said with a smile. Already infected? Chen Mingyan only hesitated a little and understood Lan Ling's meaning. Then, her face became red. She understood what Lan Ling meant. What she meant by being infected was how she was infected. Chen Mingyan hesitated and asked, then, Jia and Sister Lin are also infected? I don't know. Who knows if you have done that with Yang Ming? Lan Ling said with a smile. Lan Ling's bold words made Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jia blush. The three of them naturally had relations with Yang Ming, so they were naturally infected with the goo poison. Jia, fortunately, you and Yang Ming did it first, and you also let Sister Suya do it. Otherwise, when Yang Ming comes back, you will all be old women. Chen Mingyan said with a smile. Zhou Jia and Lin Jiyun suddenly blushed. They didn't dare to look at Yang Ming and Lan Ling. They all felt that this Lan Ling was really too bold. Then congratulations to all of you. It will be like this forever. Lan Ling said with a smile. That's great. But Sister Ling, this heart voodoo won't have any side effects, right? Other than that, what else can it do? Chen Mingyan laughed. Suddenly, she thought, if this voodoo is so effective, wouldn't it be great if everyone is affected by it? Of course, there are other effects of the voodoo. Lan Ling said, after being affected by the voodoo, it can prolong a person's life, strengthen the body, and be immune to poison. Didn't you notice that even colds are rare? That's indeed the case. Chen Mingyan hadn't spoken yet, but Lin Jiyun spoke first. After going to university, I don't seem to have been sick. I used to be weak and always got sick. So this is the reason. That's not right. During the holiday before going to university, I had a bad cold. Before that, I had already been with Yang Ming. Sister Lin, when you and Yang Ming did it for the first time, Yang Ming hadn't met Sister Lan Ling yet. Naturally, there was no voodoo in your body. It should be until you reconcile with him that you were affected by the voodoo, right? Chen Mingyan thought of the key point of the matter and said, so it's like this. Lin Jiyun suddenly felt embarrassed. It seems to be like this. Then this voodoo seems to be good. This is the good news that Sister Lan Ling brought to us sisters. Chen Mingyan really thanked Lan Ling from the bottom of her heart. Lan Ling is really a little lucky star. Now it seems that the little bit of jealousy she had for Lan Ling in her heart was gone. She would definitely be able to get along well with Lan Ling in the future. Sister Mingyan, don't laugh. In addition to these benefits, the voodoo also has a certain disadvantage. Lan Ling waved her hand and said, if it's not handled properly, it is easy to lose your life. Chen Mingyan was shocked. She stared at Lan Ling. Sister Ling, what did you say? If the voodoo is not handled properly, it can even lose your life? What is going on? It can't be so scary, right? It is so scary. Lan Ling nodded and said seriously, since the voodoo has its benefits, it naturally has its disadvantages. The so-called voodoo is naturally to restrain lovers from having a change of heart. This Yang Ming should have told you about me, right? Yes, he did. I also told Sister Lin and Jia. Chen Mingyan nodded. Yang Ming had told her about the voodoo. Otherwise, Chen Mingyin wouldn't have accepted Lan Ling so easily. She had no choice but to accept the situation at that time. According to Yang Ming, if he didn't have Lan Ling in his heart, then he would die. Could it be? Chen Mingyin suddenly thought of something. So she quickly asked, Sister Lan Ling, I roughly guessed it. That is to say, the person who has the voodoo can't have a change of heart, right? Besides Yang Ming, I can't like anyone else, right? That's right. Lan Ling nodded. But for a man, it is just like that. But for a woman, it is a kind of chastity voodoo. As the name suggests, you should understand the meaning, right? Sister Ling Ling, you mean? Chen Mingyin looked at Lan Ling and was a little embarrassed to say it. Yes, in your life, the only man can only be Yang Ming. Otherwise, you can only die. Lan Ling said solemnly. Although I don't think you will betray Yang Ming, I still have to say this in advance to avoid any mistakes in the future. Chen Mingyin didn't feel that there was anything to be afraid of. Lan Ling was right. She couldn't betray Yang Ming. Even if Yang Ming said before that he was going to perform a mission and would take a long time, Chen Mingyin didn't think of letting go of Yang Ming. I think my heart can only accommodate Yang Ming. Chen Mingyin nodded and said. Zhou Jejia and Lin Jiyun also nodded. They also had the same idea. Their hearts could only accommodate Yang Ming, so the side effects of this voodoo could be ignored. Well, I have already told you. Are you still not letting me in? Lan Ling blinked and asked. Yeah, I forgot. I talked for a long time at the door. I'm sorry. Chen Mingyin suddenly felt embarrassed and quickly let Lan Ling in. Sister Ling Ling, please come in. Please come in. Chapter 1995. Hee, your villa is so beautiful. I really hope that I can live here in the future. As soon as Lan Ling entered the door, she was attracted by the beauty of the villa. Of course, I welcome you with open arms, Chen Mingyin said with a smile. In fact, I have long regarded you as one of us. You can live here at any time. That's great. When Yang Ming and I come back, we will live here, Lan Ling said happily. We don't have to wait for you to come back. You can live here tonight. I have already prepared a room for you. You can use it as your own room in the future. Of course, you can also go to another room or sleep with us, Chen Mingyin said to Lan Ling. As the saying goes, every minute of a night is worth 1,000 gold. After Lan Ling entered the villa, Chen Mingyin, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jia didn't disturb her in Yang Ming's reunion. They had been with Yang Ming for a long time, but Lan Ling only had one day and one night. Now that the day had passed, there was only one night left, so Chen Mingyin would never take up Lan Ling's time. Looking at Chen Mingyin, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia, who were still talking but disappeared in an instant, Yang Ming shrugged helplessly. Let's go upstairs. And Lan Ling nodded. Yang Ming slept very late. He didn't fall asleep until 5 o'clock in the morning. After all, there weren't many opportunities to meet Lan Ling. Yang Ming didn't want to waste any time. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming received a call from Xia Bingbao. Yang Ming held the phone on silent mode, glanced at Lan Ling, who was sleeping beside him, and sighed slightly. Goodbye, Yiling. Goodbye, Mingyin. Goodbye, Jiejia, Jiyun, Shaoqing, Sun Jie, Zhao Ying, Wang Xiaoyan, Xia, Jing Xiaolu, Shen Yushi, Lu Huamei. Goodbye, Songjiang City. Goodbye, parents. Goodbye, friends. Yang Ming put the BMW key on the bedside table. Below was a note left by Yang Ming. It was written to Chen Mingyin, Zhou Jejia, Lin Jiyun, and Lan Ling. After doing all this, Yang Ming opened the window and jumped down from the second floor into his garden. When he looked up, he saw Wang Xiaoyan waving at him from the opposite villa. Yang Ming smiled and waved at her, making a goodbye gesture. He turned around and left. Yang Ming quickly ran out of the villa and out of the neighborhood before he picked up the phone. Hey, brother Xia. Yang Ming took a deep breath and said, Yang Ming, you woke up? Why didn't you answer the phone for so long? Xia Bingbao's voice came from the phone. No, I answered the phone after I came out of the house. Yang Ming said with some sadness. Oh, Xia Bingbao didn't continue this sad topic. The plane has been arranged. It will fly directly from Donghai to Yanjing at 10 o'clock in the morning to meet with our people. Where are you? Our people are already waiting at the entrance of your neighborhood. Okay, I'll be there soon. Yang Ming nodded. What car? What's the car number? The person who picked you up is your old acquaintance. I don't need to say the car number. I don't know. I didn't ask in detail. Xia Bingbao laughed. Oh, Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Acquaintance? Could it be him? At this moment, Yang Ming had already walked to the entrance of the neighborhood. As a result, he saw a familiar figure in the distance. It was indeed an acquaintance. Yang Ming. This person also saw Yang Ming, but his body was a little fat, so he couldn't run smoothly. Fatty. Yang Ming also ran over with a smile and gave the person a bear hug. Haha, I finally see you. I miss you so much. Fatty chattered as soon as they met. Get in the car. Yang Ming glanced at the direction Fatty pointed. It was a Buick GL8 business car. This was a more luxurious car in the business car. This Fatty's car was still good. Yang Ming nodded and got in the car, but the fat man sat in the driver's seat. It could be seen that he drove the car personally. You drive yourself? Don't you have a driver? Yang Ming was slightly stunned and asked. There's a driver, but I have to drive myself to pick up Yang Ming. Fatty smiled and said, I owe you a big favor. It was just a small effort. Besides, it was my duty to catch those people and get the information back. Yang Ming smiled faintly. Even so, if you didn't find the information in time to make up for your mistake, Li Jianxi's death would be enough to make me suffer. Not to mention that I was promoted and transferred back to the country, but I was also given a lucrative job. Maybe I was sent to a remote place and then demoted again. Fatty said, Moreover, I can come back this time because of you. I know this very well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten this lucrative job. The person in charge of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in the province is not a small position. There are many people eyeing it. If Captain Xia didn't ask me to take care of your family and friends, how could I come here? If that's the case, then I will have to trouble you, Fatty. Please take care of my parents, relatives, and friends in the future. Yang Ming sighed. I won't talk to you about these empty words. I'm afraid I won't be able to return from this mission. I think you know this too. That's right. Fatty also showed a sad expression. Originally, when I came here, I wanted to drink with you, but I also knew that you would be leaving soon to meet with your family, so I didn't want to disturb you. Today, we will bid farewell here. However, I know that you are a good person. No matter how difficult it is, it won't be difficult for you. Brother will wait for your triumphant return. At that time, it won't be a problem for me to give you my position. I will be your assistant. I will personally talk to Captain Xia. When Yang Ming heard Fatty's words, he was suddenly moved. It could be seen that Fatty said this because he really thought so. He was a person with a true temperament. However, Yang Ming was not interested in this position. He was not a person who liked to be restrained. This was also the reason why he refused Xia Bingbao when he looked for him. Fatty, you can stay here with peace of mind. Even if I come back, I can't hold any position. I still like to be free and easy. Anyway, I have your help here, so I don't have to worry about anything. Yang Ming said with a smile. Okay, anyway, that's what I mean. I just hope you can come back safely. Fatty laughed. And where are we going now? Yang Ming nodded and asked. Go to the police station and pick up Captain Xia's sister, Xia Shui. Right? Are you familiar with her? I haven't been in contact with her. I just took office. I only had contact with your father-in-law, but I guess he will be promoted soon. The fat man said, I only have photos of Xia Shui. I don't know if you can recognize her. Chapter 1996. That's good. When the fat man heard that Yang Ming knew Xia Shui, he was relieved. He smiled and said, I don't know if this young lady is easy to serve. She is Captain Xia's sister, the granddaughter of the boss in the bureau. Oh, Yang Ming was slightly stunned. What boss's granddaughter? the granddaughter of the bureau chief. You don't know? The fat man looked at Yang Ming strangely. I don't know. This is the first time I heard of it. Yang Ming shook his head. Xia Shui has such a background? It seems that this person is quite low-key. The fat man was relieved. Then I am relieved. I am afraid that she is not easy to get along with. It's okay. But since she has such a background, why did she participate in this mission? Yang Ming had some doubts about this. If Xia Shui had such a strong background, why did she have to take the risk to participate in such a dangerous mission? The bureau chief style is like this. His children and grandchildren will be put in the most dangerous positions to gain experience. Only in this way can they grow as quickly as possible. The fat man said, Captain Xia has also carried out dangerous missions before, but it was not as serious as yours this time. Oh, you know what we are going to do? Yang Ming was stunned. He was surprised that the fat man knew the inside story. I am also the person in charge of a provincial agency. I can still access some secrets. Although it is not so specific from the information I know so far, it is already quite dangerous, said the fat man. Yang Ming nodded. He had forgotten the fat man's identity. The car drove into the Songjiang City police station without any obstruction. It seemed that the fat man's car was already here. It was parked in the parking lot in front of the police station building. Yang Ming dialed Xia Shui's phone. Hello. Xia Shui was sitting in the office. When she saw Yang Ming's name on the phone, she had some resentment in her heart. This Yang Ming is really too much. If it wasn't for the departure, he probably wouldn't even call. Therefore, Xia Shui's voice wasn't so friendly. Xia Shui had always felt that her relationship with Yang Ming was between friends and lovers. They were closer than friends, but they weren't lovers. It was just like a song that sang, friends are more than enough. Lovers are not yet satisfied. Sweetheart is troubled. Pleasure is chaotic. Xia Shui felt that the relationship between her and Yang Ming was like this. Occasionally, there would be some little ambiguity and sweetness, but they never went further. Not just anyone could be a long-term meal ticket. Therefore, after learning that she was going to perform a mission with Yang Ming, Xia Shui had been waiting for Yang Ming's call. Finally, she got a call from Yang Ming, but it was to catch the robber. If it was any other time, Xia Shui would be very grateful if Yang Ming gave her some credit. However, since the mission was imminent, Xia Shui didn't value these credits. What she wanted was for Yang Ming to get together with her and carry out the mission together. They had to cultivate a tacit understanding between them, right? Even if they couldn't develop into a couple, they should at least be super good friends. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous on the battlefield. However, other than this call, Yang Ming didn't call again. This made Xia Shui very unhappy. Therefore, after picking up the phone, Xia Shui's voice was a little resentful and indifferent. Xia Shui, I'm Yang Ming. I'm downstairs in your unit. Are you coming down? Yang Ming naturally heard the dissatisfaction in Xia Shui's voice, but Yang Ming didn't know that this was because of him. He thought that Xia Shui was in a bad mood because she was leaving Songjiang City. Oh, you wait, Xia Shui said faintly and hung up the phone. Yang Ming was stunned. He felt that Xia Shui's attitude was a bit bad. Could it be that what the fatty said was true? This lady's temper is rising again? The fatty looked at Yang Ming strangely. Yang Ming's phone wasn't soundproof. The fatty naturally heard Xia Shui's words clearly. You and her, are there conflicts? The fatty hesitated and asked carefully. No. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled. Who knows what wrong medicine she ate today? She actually has this kind of tone. After a while, Xia Shui came out of the office building. Today, Xia Shui didn't wear a police uniform. Perhaps it was because she was going to perform a mission. She only wore casual clothes, blue jeans, and a beige t-shirt. It was very different from the previous Xia Shui. Her whole person was full of an indescribable youthfulness. Xia Shui here. Yang Ming opened the door and got out of the car. He walked to Xia Shui and couldn't help but tease. You're very beautiful today? Really? Xia Shui was slightly stunned. Then she looked at Yang Ming and asked with some joy. And really? Yang Ming looked at Xia Shui, who was originally cloudy and suddenly became sunny. No matter how stupid he was, he understood the reason. Xia Shui's temper today, was it directed at me? You have good taste. Xia Shui glared at Yang Ming and said as she walked, I thought you fell into a spider cave these few days and couldn't come out. Spider cave? Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Xia Shui with some confusion. What spider cave? Nothing. It's just a gentle village, a hero's mound, said Xia Shui. What? Yang Ming was stunned. Gentle village, a hero's mound? Yang Ming suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Xia Shui's words were referring to this. It seemed that Xia Shui was still holding a grudge about the matter of him walking with Suya on the beach. Yang Ming admitted that there was indeed some unclear relationship between him and Xia Shui. Although they hadn't seen each other for a while, some feelings couldn't be forgotten without seeing each other. It could be seen that Xia Shui also had some feelings for him, especially after the two of them went through the incident at the Wang family base together. It was just that at that time, the sudden incident of Zhou Jijia prevented the relationship between Yang Ming and Xia Shui from continuing to develop. Otherwise, it would have been easy for the two of them to get together with the feelings they had accumulated in the Wang family base. The sudden incident of Zhou Jijia made Yang Ming focus all his energy on Zhou Jijia, and he ignored Xia Shui's feelings. However, although Yang Ming ignored Xia Shui, it didn't mean that the relationship between him and Xia Shui had faded. This time, when he left Songjiang City to perform the mission, if he didn't go with Xia Shui, then Yang Ming would probably look for Xia Shui in advance. However, because he was performing the mission together with Xia Shui, then Yang Ming didn't need to appease Xia Shui in advance. Therefore, Yang Ming waited until now to call Xia Shui. He didn't expect Xia Shui's temper to rise. Xia Shui didn't explain anything more, but directly got into the car. She didn't want outsiders to see the relationship between her and Yang Ming. Chapter 1997. However, after getting in the car, Xia Shui returned to her usual capable self. She extended her hand and politely shook the fat man's hand. Hello, I am Xia Shui from the Songjiang City Criminal Police Team. Are you the fat man that Captain Xia mentioned? Fat Man was the code name of the fat man. In the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, everyone called him that. Hello, Comrade Xia Shui. I am a fat man. The fat man quickly shook hands with Xia Shui enthusiastically and said, I am responsible for the next part of the journey. I will send you to Yanjing and then return. Oh, you are going to Yanjing too? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. After you send us to the airport, we can go to Yanjing by ourselves, right? You don't have to go, right? Yang Ming, this is Captain Xia's order. I have to carry it out. You don't have to say this anymore. The fat man laughed. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Since it was an order from above, Yang Ming didn't have to change it. The fat man waited for Yang Ming and Xia Shui to get in the car. After they sat down, he slowly started the car. Fat man, this is my ID and the letter of recommendation for temporary transfer to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Can you check it? Xia Shui handed a portfolio to the fat man. No need. Since Yang Ming knows you, there is no need for this. The fat man waved his hand. Xia Shui nodded and put the portfolio aside. She didn't speak anymore. Why? Were you angry before? Yang Ming glanced at Xia Shui next to him and asked with a smile. Hey! Xia Shui glared at Yang Ming and whispered, What are you talking about? Is there someone in front? It doesn't matter. The fat man is one of us. We are old friends. Isn't that right, fat man? Yang Ming waved his hand indifferently and smiled. That's right. Yang Ming and I are old friends. It's fine. You guys can talk. Don't mind me. The fatty also noticed something unusual. Although Xia Shui's expression and tone were serious when they got on the bus, he clearly saw the situation between Xia Shui and Yang Ming before they got on the bus. At that time, the fatty guessed that there was some other relationship between Yang Ming and Xia Shui. Xia Shui blushed. She glared at Yang Ming and said, Why didn't you call me? Don't you know that we're going on a mission together? The tacit understanding between team members is very important. What Xia Shui said is right. Usually, in our place, the other half is also an agent. There are more chances for couples to go on missions together. This can be considered as telepathy. Fatty interrupted with a smile. As a result, Xia Shui's face became even redder. Her original intention was as such, but when the fatty said it out loud, she naturally felt a little embarrassed. In Xia Shui's opinion, this mission was also extremely dangerous. It was unknown whether the two of them could come back alive, so the tacit cooperation between each other was even more important. However, Yang Ming didn't care at all. He was busy picking up girls all day long. You're going to die, and you're still picking up girls. If you die, what will you girls do? Become widows for you? Take advantage of this time. You should quickly cut off all ties with them, so that you won't harm others when you die. If you're really afraid of not being able to touch a woman for a long time after performing a mission, then you can pick me up. Am I not going to die with you? Xia Shui was very conflicted. To be honest, she also considered the relationship with Yang Ming. Although she and Yang Ming were a little different in age, the difference wasn't much. Therefore, Xia Shui thought about it again and felt that she was more suitable with Yang Ming. After all, the two of them were about to perform a mission together. It was a very dangerous mission. After they went, to put it bluntly, they wouldn't be able to return. Therefore, Xia Shui felt that since the two of them were going to die together, it was better to take this opportunity to go further. However, Yang Ming didn't have this intention at all. Xia Shui was very angry, really angry. If it weren't for Yang Ming, Xia Shui wouldn't have agreed to participate in this mission no matter what. Why would he want to perform a dangerous mission instead of being a good criminal police captain? Xia Shui, you also know the danger of our mission. Therefore, before I leave, I should cherish the remaining time and reunite with my women. Yang Ming said seriously, but you and I, along the way, have plenty of time to be together. The fatty decisively shut up. It seems that these two are really having an affair. You know that this mission is dangerous, yet you still want to harm so many women? Don't you know that you can't come back? Xia Shui was a little agitated. If you are rational, you should break up with them. I can't break up. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, I'm different from others. How are you different? You're not a Casanova. Xia Shui snorted. If you are with me, then you can't break up, said Yang Ming. Nonsense. Xia Shui naturally didn't believe Yang Ming's words. It's not nonsense. This is the truth. Yang Ming shrugged and said, You must have learned a lot about voodoo before performing this mission, right? So what if I did? Xia Shui looked at Yang Ming with some doubts. She didn't understand the purpose of Yang Ming suddenly mentioning voodoo. In fact, this is the case. I'm also infected with a voodoo called heart voodoo. As Yang Ming spoke until here, he suddenly lowered his voice, leaned close to Xia Shui's ear, and whispered, Actually, this is the case. Yang Ming carefully explained the characteristics and transmission method of the heart voodoo to Xia Shui. Really? Xia Shui suddenly blushed after listening to Yang Ming's words. She didn't know if it was true or not. After all, what Yang Ming said was really bizarre and outrageous, but Xia Shui didn't think that Yang Ming was lying to her. After all, this kind of weird thing couldn't be made up. If Yang Ming really made up this, then he could be a novelist. Of course it's true. Yang Ming nodded. So, this is why I can't give up on them, and they can't choose another man. You are really harmful. After Xia Shui heard Yang Ming's words, she suddenly said with some dissatisfaction, Yeah, so I've been thinking about keeping a distance from you, because I am afraid that I will harm you. Yang Ming said with some truth. In fact, Yang Ming just knew about the voodoo. It was just an excuse for Xia Shui. You are annoying. Xia Shui rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and didn't speak. Yang Ming's words gave Xia Shui a big shock. It was hard for Xia Shui to accept it for a while. She was now thinking about her future. If she and Yang Ming went further, would she also be infected with some voodoo? Then, would she be tied up by Yang Ming for the rest of her life? Of course, Xia Shui didn't reject being with Yang Ming, but there were too many women around Yang Ming. Chapter 1998. In addition to Chun Ming-yin, Zhou Zhejia, and Lin Jiyun whom she knew, there was also Xia whom she just met, and Lan Ling who put voodoo on Yang Ming. Other than that, Xia Shui didn't know if there was anyone else. In her bones, Xia Shui was a very independent woman. She didn't want to share love with other women. Even if she wanted to share, she couldn't share too much. Otherwise, she might not be able to see Yang Ming once a week in the future. She couldn't even get close to him once. Therefore, Xia Shui was hesitant, but fortunately, there was still time to choose. Anyway, it wasn't wrong to establish some tacit understanding with Yang Ming first. Maybe this time, both of them couldn't come back. What was the use of thinking so much? Thinking of this, Xia Shui sighed slightly and didn't say anything. Yang Ming looked at Xia Shui's hesitant look and didn't say anything more. He also became silent. Soon, the fat man drove on the highway to Donghai City. Yang Ming turned to look at Xia Shui and found that Xia Shui was still a little silent, so he decided to change the topic. Xia Shui, how much do you know about this mission? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know very much. It is said that after arriving at the Beijing headquarters, someone will explain the situation of the mission in detail to us, and we will have a special training before the mission, said Xia Shui. Special training? Yang Ming frowned. He didn't know about the special training before. If he knew that there would be special training, then Yang Ming would go a few days later. He didn't have enough time at home. Yeah, it is said that the instructor is hired from abroad to train us. I'm still looking forward to this training. Xia Shui nodded and said, Instructor from abroad? Yang Ming didn't think it was a big deal. He just felt that this matter was a bit unreliable. Yang Ming felt that it was a waste of time. Yeah, it seems that you don't seem to have a cold. Xia Shui looked at Yang Ming and asked curiously. It's not that I don't have a cold, but I don't have a cold at all. I think the special training is a waste of time. Yang Ming shrugged. Why? Are you very powerful? You don't need special training? Xia Shui was a little unhappy with Yang Ming's attitude. It was as if he was very powerful. In fact, Xia Shui did feel that Yang Ming was very powerful. But even if he was powerful, he couldn't be so arrogant, right? No, I'm not saying that I'm very powerful. It's just that special training is of no use to our mission this time. Yang Ming waved his hand and explained, the opponent we are facing this time is unknown. The opponent can't be dealt with by simple martial arts. So, I think the special training is a complete waste of time. Who came up with this brainless idea? He's my brother. Xia Shui glared at Yang Ming and said angrily, You think you're the best? What makes you say that it's useless? Hee, useless is useless. Forget it. I'll talk to Brother Xia about this. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, For this mission, I think you are also very clear. The person we are dealing with is a person who has cultivated sinister voodoo. We can't use common sense to infer it. I know this, but if we improve our martial arts, we should be able to protect ourselves, right? Xia Shui said with some doubts. After the initial stage of sinister voodoo, it's invulnerable. After it's completed, it's not even afraid of rocket launchers. What can our martial arts do to him? Yang Ming sighed and explained, Xia Shui, your idea is good, but the actual situation isn't optimistic. It can't be, right? Really? Xia Shui was stunned. It's not like you didn't know how terrible the sinister voodoo he cultivated was. He used the blood of a person who had just died. Chun Afu was his disciple. Yang Ming explained, Didn't we solve the case together? Moreover, these things were learned from Chun Afu and Lan Ling. It can't be fake. If that's the case, then this operation is simply a one-way trip. Xia Shui asked in surprise. Previously, she understood that the danger was because the terrain was unfamiliar. There are also some wild beasts and poisonous insects in the jungle. They didn't have any advantage, so it was like this. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Instead, as Yang Ming said, Elder Yu's strength was very strong. It's not necessarily a one-way trip. I think any martial arts can't be invincible, right? There must be some flaws, right? Yang Ming said, What we have to do is to carefully investigate Elder Yu's weaknesses and flaws, and then we find a way to break through. This is the ultimate goal. Oh, Xia Shui was stunned, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. It seems that Yang Ming is really not the captain for nothing. At that time, when Xia Bingbao said that he would let Yang Ming be the captain, Xia Shui also raised doubts. She was afraid that Yang Ming was inexperienced and made some wrong decisions, leading the entire team to a dead end. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Yang Ming was a brave and resourceful person. Before he set off, he had already thought of countermeasures. Moreover, his understanding of Elder Yu was deeper than anyone else. With his girlfriend, Lan Ling, as an insider, he should be able to find Elder Yu's weakness and break through. No wonder Big Brother decisively let Yang Ming serve as the captain. It seemed that there was a reason. Thinking of this, Xia Shui breathed a sigh of relief and said, Yang Ming, are you sure you can find his weakness? 100% is definitely not, but everything has a direction. It's always better than a headless fly, right? Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. Now, my understanding of Elder Yu is actually very little. Everything has to be done according to the circumstances. That's right. My brother also said that this mission is very dangerous. He wants me to experience it before I can be entrusted with a heavy responsibility. But it is so dangerous. After I go, it is not certain whether I can come back. As long as I can come back alive, it doesn't matter whether I am entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Xia Shui said, anyway, if I die, I die. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as you maintain a good state of mind, but at least you don't have any worries. I still have a big family, so I still can't say that I die easily. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and sighed. Who asked you to owe emotional debts everywhere? Xia Shui glared at Yang Ming and said, Huh. Yang Ming saw Xia Shui glaring again and couldn't help but laugh. Along the way, with Xia Shui, this beautiful chick, accompanying him, he wouldn't be lonely. The fat man drove silently in front. He maintained good discipline and didn't comment on the words between Yang Ming and Xia Shui. They talked as if it had nothing to do with the fat man. The car was smooth all the way. Because there was a pass issued by a special organization, the fat man drove the car directly into the airport and then parked the car in a dedicated internal parking space. Chapter 1999. Yang Ming, Xia Shui. Let's get out of the car. We can board the plane from the internal passage here. After the fat man parked the car, he spoke to Yang Ming and Xia Shui. Yang Ming and Xia Shui nodded. The two people got out of the car. The fat man didn't have any luggage. He was like Xia Shui, holding a portfolio in his hand. Obviously, it was some certification documents for going to the headquarters. Yang Ming had nothing. He was a peripheral staff member, so he didn't need any recommendation letters. However, this time, Yang Ming suddenly became a core member from a peripheral staff member. Xia Bingbao directly let Yang Ming lead the team. It could be said that he put Yang Ming on the fire to roast. Yang Ming, Xia Shui, and the fat man entered the airport's internal waiting room together. Then, they boarded the plane directly from the first-class passage. All the procedures were done in advance. For the members of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, they didn't need to go through the normal security check. Fortunately, the fat man booked the first-class cabin, so it was very comfortable. It seemed that Xia Bingbao didn't save that little bit of money. Everyone was going to risk their lives. It would be meaningless if they were to save that little bit of money. Brother, according to your instructions, I have already informed the airline. Moreover, there will only be 3 of us in the first-class cabin of this flight. There won't be anyone else. The fat man patted Yang Ming's shoulder and said meaningfully, Oh, Yang Ming was slightly stunned. There were only 3 of them in the first-class cabin, so there was no problem. After all, their identities were relatively special. Some secrets might be involved in conversations along the way, so it was normal that ordinary people couldn't enter the first-class cabin. However, the fat man said that he had informed Yang Ming according to his instructions. This made Yang Ming a little puzzled. When did I inform him to book the first-class cabin? If one didn't know, they would think that Yang Ming's trip was very grand. Although Yang Ming was now a big boss with a lot of money, he didn't have the habit of chartering a flight. As for Xia Shui, she also looked at Yang Ming strangely. You let him book the entire first-class cabin? How wasteful is that? Me? Yang Ming pointed at himself, then looked at Fatty in confusion. It's Captain Xia's idea to book the first-class cabin. Besides, it won't cost much. This is the convenience of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Fatty smiled and said, our department sometimes assists the airline company with some cases, so we have some internal connections. Then what did you mean when you said that you should greet them according to my wishes? When Yang Ming heard what Fatty said, he looked at Fatty even more suspiciously. Could it be that Fatty wasn't talking about this matter? This you'll know soon. The Fatty said with a chuckle. Huang Lele received an inexplicable mission today. She was informed by her superiors that she would be serving the first class of the next flight. However, she was the only waiter in the first-class cabin of this flight. It wasn't strange for her to serve the first-class cabin, but the strange thing was that she was the only stewardess in the entire first-class cabin. This was a little strange. If there wasn't anything special, why would they ask her to go by name? Although Huang Lele's thoughts were a bit simple, she had also heard of some unspoken rules. Some bosses, when they took a fancy to a certain stewardess, would ask her to serve them by name. Huang Lele thought, could I have encountered something similar? However, it was reasonable to say that many people knew about Huang Lele's background in the company, especially the main managers. They knew about the power behind Huang Lele. With such power, how could they arrange for Huang Lele to serve? But this time, the higher-ups were very determined to inform her that she must serve. After that, Huang Lele found the leader in charge and asked for the reason. However, the leader in charge didn't know the real reason because he didn't know who wanted Huang Lele to serve. However, the organization that informed him to let Huang Lele serve was very mysterious and powerful. Of course, these things couldn't be revealed to Huang Lele. After all, it involved some confidential things. Huang Lele saw that she couldn't ask anything substantial, so she could only give up asking and get on the plane reluctantly. In her opinion, this person who asked her to come must have a strong background. The company didn't want to offend him. At least his background wasn't worse than her brother's. However, Huang Lele wasn't too worried. After all, the other party was on the plane. It was impossible to force her to do anything. There were also police officers on the plane. Huang Lele would rather have a falling out with those people and even be fired from the airline company. It was impossible for her to compromise. However, Huang Lele still came to the first-class cabin with some anxiety. After all, there must be something wrong. Huang Lele was alone, and she was still a little weak. Hello, distinguished passengers. I am Huang Lele, the first-class stewardess of this flight. I am very happy to serve you. As soon as Huang Lele entered the door of the first-class cabin, she stood at the door and spoke politely. Although Huang Lele had some resistance to this service, she was still a qualified stewardess. Naturally, she wouldn't do anything bad. Yang Ming didn't expect Huang Lele to appear here. However, when the association heard what the fat man said before, Yang Ming suddenly realized. It turned out that what the fat man said was to transfer Huang Lele to this flight. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that he did greet Xia Bingbao before and talked about this matter. However, Yang Ming just mentioned it casually. He didn't really expect it to succeed. But now that he saw Huang Lele, Yang Ming was undoubtedly still very excited. Little beauty, come and sit next to me. Yang Ming reached out, interrupted Huang Lele's words, and greeted her. Huang Lele listened to Yang Ming's vulgar words, and suddenly her face was a little unhappy. Yang Ming's words undoubtedly let Huang Lele confirm the plan in her heart. It seems that the first-class passenger of this flight does have some improper thoughts about me. Sorry, please respect yourself, Huang Lele said with some disgust. But she felt that this voice seemed to be familiar. At this moment, Xia Shui also looked at Yang Ming with some disdain. What's wrong with this guy? He flirted with the stewardess as soon as he got on the plane. Does he have any morals? If Yang Ming wasn't her colleague and teammate now, Xia Shui really wanted to beat him up. Isn't it too shameful? However, after Yang Ming listened to Huang Leilei's words, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "What if I don't respect myself? Who made our Leilei so beautiful? When I see you, I can't help but say things that don't respect myself." Chapter 2000. Hearing this voice, Huang Leilei finally realized who the person in front of her was. Although Yang Ming was sitting with his back to Huang Leilei, there was no problem with this voice. Huang Leilei could be 100% sure that the owner of this voice was Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Huang Leilei couldn't help but be surprised. It turned out that the person who asked her to serve was actually Yang Ming. He made Huang Leilei worry for a long time. This Yang Ming is really good at harming people. Her manager didn't explain it clearly. If he had told her that it was Yang Ming's matter, she wouldn't have been so nervous. "Yang Ming, you scared me." Huang Leilei ran over to Yang Ming with some grievances. Xia Shui looked at the tall and exquisite Huang Leilei and couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this flight attendant also has a relationship with Yang Ming? Isn't Yang Ming too fickle in love? Even the journey isn't lonely? Thinking of this, Xia Shui suddenly became mad. Originally, she thought that when she was on the plane, she could communicate more with Yang Ming. No matter what, the two of them had to perform a mission together. Tacit understanding was very important, but Yang Ming made another confidant. How could Xia Shui endure this? But in front of Huang Leilei, Xia Shui couldn't lose her temper. It would seem that she was too stingy. If she could really return from Yunnan in the future, what would happen? Wouldn't her relationship with Huang Leilei fall to the freezing point? In any case, Xia Shui was angry, but she chose to be silent. She sat there without saying a word and didn't look at Yang Ming. She was like a big, angry frog. "Hee, I didn't expect it. I just mentioned it before and hoped that you could come. In the end, they really arranged for you to come." Yang Ming said with a smile, "That's right. The person who arranged for me to come here only told me that I had to serve the first-class passengers alone. That gave me a huge fright. He didn't tell me who asked me to come. He only said that it was a very powerful department that they couldn't afford to offend." Huang Leilei sighed and sat directly next to Yang Ming. She held Yang Ming's hand. "Why didn't you tell them that you were looking for me?" "I didn't know that I really found you. I just talked to my superiors." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't expect this matter to scare Huang Leilei. "When they look for you, naturally, they won't mention my name, but they will say it in the name of our department." "Ah, your superior?" Huang Leilei was stunned. She was somewhat inexplicable. She didn't know who Yang Ming's superior was. Wasn't Yang Ming himself the boss? Why is there a superior? In Huang Leilei's impression, Yang Ming wasn't a person who was easily recognized. It was also because of Yang Ming's overbearingness and arrogance in the Nanching casino that Huang Leilei was deeply attracted. Now, why did Yang Ming turn to work for others? Yeah, it just so happens that I want to talk to you about this matter." Yang Ming's face was straight as he said to Huang Leilei, "This time, I went to Yanjing and asked you to come on the plane because of time constraints." "Time constraints? What do you mean?" Huang Leilei was stunned and somewhat inexplicable. Actually, Yang Ming hesitated and decided to start from the beginning. "Leilei, in fact, I won't hide it from you. The three people in the first-class cabin are my colleagues. We all belong to the same agent department, specializing in performing some dangerous tasks." "Ah, you're an agent?" Huang Leilei widened her eyes and stared at Yang Ming incredulously. However, she did not doubt Yang Ming's words. After all, Huang Leilei had always believed in Yang Ming's words. Moreover, Huang Leilei's superior had also told her very clearly that a very powerful department had greeted them and let Huang Leilei serve in the first-class cabin of this flight. If it was not a very powerful department, then Huang Leilei's superior did not have to be so obedient. However, if the association heard Yang Ming say at this moment that he was an agent, then his department was strong and powerful enough. This was consistent with each other. What agent? It's just an outsider. Xia Shui interjected with a hum. Ah. Huang Lele couldn't help but turn her head and look at Xia Shui. She was slightly stunned. She didn't understand why this person interrupted. It seemed that she was full of resentment toward Yang Ming. Xia Shui was just excited and said it casually. However, when she saw Huang Lele turn to look at her, Xia Shui was a little embarrassed. She quickly lowered her head and pretended that these words were not said by her. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile. It's also an outsider. Because I don't usually go, I'm only sent out when it is more dangerous. Ah, they let you be cannon fodder? How can this be? Huang Lele was stunned, but she misunderstood Yang Ming's meaning. Let you, an outsider, go to dangerous things? Sweat. Yang Ming suddenly sweated. It's not that dangerous things let me, an outsider, go, but this is the most suitable for me to go. The outsider is not necessarily the weakest, but it can be the strongest. Oomph. Xia Shui snorted after listening. What's strong about it? You said before that your life and death is uncertain. Huang Lele frowned. Although she was very simple, she was also a little unhappy with Xia Shui's sudden interruption. After all, she was chatting with Yang Ming. She didn't want outsiders to cause trouble. However, Xia Shui's life and death is uncertain, made Huang Lele a little worried. Yang Ming, is what she said true? Life and death is uncertain? So dangerous? And that's indeed the case. Yang Ming nodded, but he didn't hide it. So, this time, I'm not sure if I can come back. That's why I asked you to come over and see you for the last time. Ah. Huang Lele was dumbfounded when she heard Yang Ming admit it. Her tears couldn't help but flow down. She was very nervous. Although Yang Ming said before that he was going to perform a dangerous mission, and Xia Shui also said that this mission was uncertain, but it was Xia Shui who said it after all. But at this moment, when she heard Yang Ming admit it personally, she was suddenly overwhelmed. Huang Lele's mind was simple. When she heard Yang Ming say that he wanted to see her one last time, it must be the last time. Thinking of this, Huang Lele suddenly cried. She leaned on Yang Ming's body, and tears flowed down like a river. Xia Shui saw that Huang Lele suddenly cried and opened her mouth. She was suddenly overwhelmed and guilty. She didn't expect Huang Lele to be so fragile. If she knew this, Xia Shui definitely wouldn't have interjected. Xia Shui's character was very strong, so she didn't think before speaking. But now that she thought about it carefully, wasn't she just as fragile in the past? Thinking of the time when she just entered the workplace from school and interned in the police force. Chapter 2001. Wasn't she also very fragile? At that time, if it weren't for Yang Ming's help and explanation, Xia Shui probably wouldn't have the current achievements. Thinking of this, Xia Shui felt a little embarrassed. Every girl had a fragile side, but Xia Shui was now hiding her fragile side. But Huang Lele was different. Huang Lele was still a normal girl. That Lele, right? Don't cry. I'm just talking nonsense. Although our mission this time is dangerous, there's still a way to solve it. Xia Shui couldn't help but say, Okay, Lele, don't cry. Yang Ming also smiled and said, although the mission is difficult, it is definitely not more difficult than the previous trip to Africa. In the previous trip to Africa, didn't I help your family solve the crisis smoothly? After listening to Yang Ming's words, Huang Lele also thought of the previous incident in Africa. Yes, it was so dangerous at that time. Yang Ming returned safely under the rain of bullets. The current mission, no matter how dangerous it couldn't be more dangerous than the one in Africa, right? Yang Ming was facing an entire private armed force alone at that time. That was simply not a heavyweight, but Yang Ming still completed the mission safely. Thinking of this, Huang Lele breathed a sigh of relief again. Then, are you scaring me? Huang Lele pouted and looked a little unhappy. It's not that I'm scaring you. It's just that this time the mission is relatively long. I may not see you for a while, so I asked you to come. Yang Ming nodded and said, fortunately, I have to train in Yinjing for a while. When the time comes, you could take a leave from the company and accompany me in Yinjing. And okay. Huang Lele nodded and was relieved. Then, when you perform a mission, you must be careful. Hee, I will. Yang Ming coaxed and lied to let Huang Lele relax, but her heart still couldn't calm down for a long time. The more it was like this, the heavier the burden on Yang Ming's shoulders became. The expectations of his parents, the longing of his lover, the concern of his friends, and the responsibility of Yang Ming towards his teammates were all intertwined together. Yang Ming had to return safely. When Xia Shui heard Yang Ming's words, she was a little angry. Of course, collective training was collective training. Since you're participating in the intensive training, why are you still going out to play? Were they going on a vacation or training? However, because she was afraid that Huang Lele would cry again, Xia Shui still didn't say anything. She just closed her mouth. The plane slowly took off. As expected, there were only Yang Ming and a few others in the first-class cabin. There were no other passengers, and no other stewardesses came to disturb them. Presumably, the staff on this flight had received the order before. However, although there were only a few people, it was impossible for Yang Ming to have anything to do with Huang Lele. After all, there were other people present. Yang Ming couldn't just ignore them. Therefore, Yang Ming just accompanied Huang Lele and asked about her recent situation and the situation of the Huang family. What Yang Ming didn't expect was that the Huang family was actually preparing to propose to build an airport on Island X. Of course, this airport was funded by the Huang family, but the rights were still owned by the current Kars regime on Island X. However, there was only one request, which was to let Huang Lele manage the newly established airport and airline company. Of course, this request was not a request at all. General Kars naturally knew the relationship between Huang Lele and Yang Ming. This airport and airline company belonged to Huang Lele, which was equivalent to Yang Ming's property. Why wouldn't Kars do it? So, he readily agreed to their proposal. Today, the Huang family status was very high on Island X. This was also thanks to Huang Lele. As for the Huang family's approach, Yang Ming just smiled faintly. He naturally understood that the Huang family was actually doing this to please him. The purpose was also to win more support. On Island X, although General Kars was nominally in control of the entire island, the boss behind the scenes was Yang Ming. It could be said bluntly that if Yang Ming said that Kars was a general, then he was a general. If Yang Ming said that he was not, then he was immediately nothing. Because now all the armed forces on Island X were controlled by Li Chong and the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. Although Kars was nominally the highest officer on the island, in fact, if he betrayed Yang Ming, he would immediately become alone. In the minds of Li Chong and the Black Butterfly Assassin Group, Yang Ming was a godlike existence. They were absolutely loyal to Yang Ming. Of course, in addition to being loyal to Yang Ming, the Black Butterfly Assassin Group was also loyal to Wang Xiaoyan. However, Wang Xiaoyan was a smart woman. She was gradually fading out of the power center. She was also at ease to be Yang Ming's woman in the future and not manage the assassin group. Xia Shui didn't know that the person behind the scenes on Island X was actually Yang Ming. When she heard Huang Lele say that her family wanted to build an airport and set up an airline company on Island X, she suddenly felt that it was a bit unbelievable. What kind of place was Island X? Xia Shui was also clear about it. It used to be a very chaotic place. It was controlled by some private armed forces for a long time, and there were constant wars. However, not long ago, the leader of the private armed forces on the island, General Kars, got the support of Europe's largest family, the Buffon family. He suddenly settled all the armed forces on the other islands and established the Kars regime. Of course, Xia Shui was not surprised. It was like this abroad. Those families had unparalleled influence and connections. It was very normal to secretly support the regime of a small country. Moreover, with their support, X-Island's international status would naturally be confirmed. Originally, Xia Shui thought that the Island X regime was just a puppet of the Buffon family. The Buffon family was the entire behind-the-scenes controller, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Xia Shui was not stupid. Huang Lele and Yang Ming talked about the Huang family's investment on Island X, and Yang Ming smiled and nodded very calmly, as if this matter was his final decision. I still welcome your family's normal investment on the island, but you don't have to do this deliberately in the future. I'm not short of money. As long as they abide by their duties and are not as arrogant as the Li family at that time, I can still guarantee their wealth. After all, they are your family. My relationship with second brother Huang is also good. Yang Ming nodded and said, I don't understand this very much. If you say it is possible, then it is possible. Huang Lele nodded. In fact, the somewhat silly Huang Lele was not valued by the Huang family. She was just used as a bargaining chip for marriage. But now it seemed that Huang Lele was the Huang family's lucky star. Chapter 2002. The current Huang family could be said to be different from the past. In the upper class of Singapore, it had become a top family. Of course, all of this was thanks to Huang Lele. If it weren't for Huang Lele, how could they be so proud now? Although the casino in Las Vegas was also under Huang Lele's name, the Huang family did get some benefits. At least, with the help of this Nanjing casino, the Huang family's business expanded to Las Vegas. Other supporting entertainment and hotel industries could be opened smoothly, and it would not be too abrupt. Xia Shui was even more surprised when she heard Yang Ming's words. Listening to Yang Ming's words, it seemed that the final decision of Island X was in his hands. What the hell is going on? Isn't Island X owned by the Buffon family? How is it related to Yang Ming? Xia Shui was not a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau before. Naturally, she would not know these secrets. However, these things that Yang Ming did were not secrets in the eyes of the people in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. At least Xia Bingbao knew it clearly, and the fatty knew a little about it too. His level could already access some confidential files. Although Yang Ming's file was confidential, Xia Bingbao sent the fatty to Song Jiang to take care of Yang Ming's relatives and friends. Therefore, Yang Ming's file was naturally open to the fatty. In order to better complete the task, the fatty also read Yang Ming's information many times in detail, including Yang Ming's women, relatives, friends, and other social relationships. There were also some of Yang Ming's investments. Among them was Island X. Yang Ming did not intend to hide these things from Xia Bingbao. Yang Ming's ultimate purpose was to retire from the underworld. It was impossible without Xia Bingbao's support at that time. Xia Bingbao obviously acquiesced to what Yang Ming did. He did not raise any objections because Yang Ming had agreed to this task. If Yang Ming really completed this task, it was equivalent to Xia Bingbao owing Yang Ming a huge favor. To put it bluntly, Yang Ming's so-called identity in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was actually forced by Xia Bingbao. Yang Ming had no obligation to do such a dangerous thing. However, Yang Ming did it in the end. This also showed that Yang Ming was a person who was affectionate, righteous, and responsible. He would finish what he started. Since Yang Ming was like this, he could not fail Yang Ming. If possible, Xia Bingbao would give him some necessary support after Yang Ming's retirement. Xia Bingbao, Xia Bingbao, Xia Bingbao, Xia Bingbao, Xia Bingbao, Xia Bingbao. Xia Shui, Xia Bingbao. She finally couldn't help but ask, Yang Ming, what does Island X have to do with you? Yang Ming hesitated a little and didn't intend to hide it from Xia Shui. After all, in the first-class cabin, it seemed that except for Xia Shui, who didn't know about this matter, everyone else knew about this matter. Looking at the fatty's calm face, Yang Ming also felt that he must know these things. Then Yang Ming didn't need to hide it from Xia Shui, so he smiled and said to Xia Shui, in fact, Island X is my private territory. It is internationally recognized. Island X is your private territory? Really? Xia Shui was shocked and looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. Yes, you didn't hear it wrong. Island X is mine. Yang Ming nodded and said seriously, at present, All the investments in Island X are under my instructions. Then General Kars, Xiaoshui looked at Yang Ming in surprise and asked. General Kars was supported by me. You should understand, right? Yang Ming said with a smile. Isn't he supported by the Buffon family? Then you and the Buffon family. Xiaoshui listened to Yang Ming's words and looked at Yang Ming in surprise. Are you also working for the Buffon family? He, the current patriarch of the Buffon family, old Buffon, is my apprentice. He provided me with some help on Island X. Yang Ming explained with a smile. Xiaoshui felt that she couldn't accept the facts in front of her. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yang Ming is actually old Buffon's master. Old Buffon is Yang Ming's apprentice. Yang Ming is actually so powerful. He has such a powerful apprentice. In fact, when the fat man first learned the news, he was also very surprised. It was just that after a long time, he was not so surprised. When the association recalled Yang Ming's powerful movements and skills in Las Vegas, the fat man was not surprised. In an unfamiliar place in Las Vegas, Yang Ming abruptly upgraded the fat man's contact station and stood firm. This energy was not something that ordinary people could have. Therefore, the fat man had nothing but admiration for Yang Ming. In his opinion, there was a certain reason why Xia Bingbao valued Yang Ming so much. Although the mission this time was dangerous, only Yang Ming could be competent. Yang Ming, you're actually the behind-the-scenes boss of Island X? Then, are you the king of Island X? Xiaoshui was really a little crazy. She really couldn't imagine that Yang Ming was actually the master of Island X. A year ago, he was just an ordinary high school student. Because of Lin Jiyun's matter, he was almost facing prison. But now a year had passed, and Yang Ming really stood at the peak of the world and became one of the most powerful people in the world. Of course, this power was hidden, but Xiaoshui understood that this was definitely not an exaggeration. Just by virtue of Yang Ming's identity as old Buffon's master, it was enough to be proud of the upper class of Europe. Moreover, he was also the master of Island X. On the island, he had legal armed forces. This was definitely not to be underestimated. What did the Buffon family do? It was one of the largest arms dealers in Europe, and he was Yang Ming's apprentice. It could be foreseen how powerful the armed forces of Island X were, even stronger than those small countries. Moreover, with this relationship with old Buffon, even if Yang Ming didn't have such armed forces, no one dared to touch Yang Ming. After all, going against Yang Ming was going against the Buffon family. However, Xiaoshui still didn't know about Yang Ming's other shocking identity. The other identity was Yang Ming's Real trump card. That was the three most powerful assassin organizations in the world were all related to Yang Ming. Two of them were actually controlled by Yang Ming, and the other was controlled in the home of Yang Ming's woman, Wang Xiaoyan. Who dared to provoke such a powerful background? No one liked to provoke an assassin. This kind of person was more difficult to deal with than provoking an armed force. You can't have a master protecting you 24 hours a day, right? Moreover, even if you have a master around you, you may not be the opponent of an assassin. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.